Good evening, everybody. We will go ahead and call this meeting to order. A little after 6 o'clock. Forgive our little tardy, but City Clerk.
Do roll call. Mayor Doby.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Nafolda.
Here.
Councilmember Hasselbrink. Here. Councilmember Hibbard.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Right. Now, if everybody would please stand with me, we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance with Mayor Pro Tem Nafolda. If you could remain standing for our invocation by the remarkable Councilmember Hasselbrink.
Okay. Everyone face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we just come before you tonight just to help us, give us the wisdom and the guidance to do the city business using the tools that we have and everything that we know. Please keep tempers calm and that we are all in this together for the betterment of our community. And we ask that you just bless us all in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. All right. Okay. Because we have one presentation, and once they start, I just want them to go ahead and flow. Are there any more speaker cards out there that would like to be turned in before we get started? We can have our city clerk come and collect them, and then we will also have a sign-in sheet on the podium. If you miss a speaker, you got a speaker card?
Is it possible to turn up the volume or speak louder?
Oh, you can't hear me? Oh, I apologize. Let me, is that better? Okay, that was user error. Can everyone hear now? Okay, so y'all, if we're using our mics, please speak directly into your mic. Don't hide from it like I typically do. That being said, were there any other speaker cards to be turned in before we start? Glorious. And then we have a sign-in sheet on the podium. If you could just make sure that you sign that for us. If you don't turn in a speaker card, that would be greatly appreciated as well. Okie dokie. All right, so we're ready for our presentation? All right, well, I would like to invite Mr. Howard Cumberman to the podium. He will be giving us a brief PowerPoint presentation.
Hello, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you so much for allowing us to conduct a presentation tonight to honor your own Nisi Stewart and to talk to you about the Americana Awards Gala tonight. Thank you all for showing up to hear about Americana. We appreciate that. We'll collect your donations at the end of the night. The Americana Awards is going on 48 years now, and we have honored 52 Citizens of the Year from the city of Los Alamitos. Nearly 300 of our students from Los Alamitos currently attend Cypress College, and they, along with all of our students, are a benefit from the results of the Americana Awards and all the fundraising that we do. So all of your efforts go to help our students with scholarships and emergency assistance. More than $400,000 in scholarships and emergency assistance is given out each year. I also want to thank our city committee led by Marilyn Poe and Johnny Strohmeyer. Thank you for your assistance in bringing us fabulous honorees and helping us each year with all of the attendees and people that help us to support our students. Last year, you honored Troy Edgar, and we look forward to recognizing Nisi this year, along with our Person of the Year, Liz Dunster, who is the owner of Erica Records. There's all of our honorees from this year, and I'm going to tell you just a couple things about Nisi. She owns Printmasters in Los Alamitos, if you didn't already know. And before purchasing the business, she viewed the Los Alamitos Chamber of Commerce website and decided to join the chamber as soon as possible, she said. And it was one of the best business decisions she'd ever made. She also said that she couldn't say no to Judy Clabeau of Green Street Interiors, and that's one of the reasons that she also joined. And she has been a proud member ever since. Later, Judy asked Nisi to join the board of directors of the Casa Youth Shelter, an organization that helps youth in crisis. And in addition to being a board member, Nisi began spending Christmas mornings at Casa, having breakfast and opening gifts with the youth and the residents, which she describes as a humbling experience. Nisi also uses her business to serve the community. For example, through the Printmasters Art Contest, students at all levels were invited to create art expressing their feelings about their experiences during the pandemic. And if you want to know more about Nisi and to honor her more, you will have to come to the Americana Awards on March 11th. And here's a little bit more with Nisi. A quick video.
Hi, I'm Nisi Stewart, Americana Award recipient for the City of Los Alamitos. Please join us on March 11th at the Disneyland Hotel to celebrate this awesome event.
You can clap for her. You can't say no to Nisi, just like you can't say no to Judy. We also have with us tonight supporting our efforts, Corey and Darren De Leon from our Seal Beach honorees. And so thank you for coming and supporting all of our efforts and the things that we're doing. We have a fabulous opportunity drawing with lots of prizes that we hope you participate in. And the event is on March 11th at the Disneyland Hotel. There's a silent and a live auction, fabulous food, and we know a lot of our residents come and participate. But more importantly, I'm going to ask Nisi just to come up and just say a couple quick words of thanks and appreciation and give you an opportunity to thank her one more time. Nisi?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the City of Los Alamitos for honoring me this way. I wouldn't be here without the support from the city and the chamber and the business, the individuals in the community that support my business. I feel so privileged to be here, and thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We'll see you on March 11th at the Disneyland Hotel. Thank you.
Wendy, do I just pull them all now? Are there any that wait until we get to something specific? Just pull them all now? Pull them all now? Yeah. Oh, do these ones now. All right, cool. All right. Is that this problem? Okay. All right, we have come to our oral communication section. At this time, any individual in the audience may come forward to speak on any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Remarks are to be limited to no more than 5 minutes per speaker. Just for clarity's sake, the ones that are specific to an item that's on the agenda, the Lamson project specifically, we're gonna have those during that specific time. These are gonna be the ones for right now, okay? So I'm not gonna pull these yet, I'm gonna pull them later. I don't want anybody to think I'm not pulling you. Totally am.
So you know we don't have the agenda.
Oh, it's posted, it's posted.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's posted outside.
Yeah, thank you for that pull. I appreciate that. I feel seen now. All righty, so Carol Churchill.
I'm here.
Oh, I love that. All right, you're up.
Little eager beaver. My name is Carol Churchill. I am an attorney, and I work with special needs clients who are consumers of the California Regional Center with developmental disabilities. I work primarily with adults who receive very limited income from Social Security disability. And one of the issues that I have become acutely aware of is the lack of housing for disabled individuals. I was a former member of a city council, planning commission, and redevelopment agency, so I have reviewed your general plan and your housing element, and those elements do address housing for special needs individuals. At the January council meeting, I was in attendance, and I noticed that the council chambers were pretty overcrowded. The occupancy limit for the chamber was reached. Dozens of people were left standing outside and unable to hear what was going on. And there were several individuals in real wheelchairs who were denied access to the building due to the crowding, and they actually left early. The housing element update provides a virtual gift bag of benefits and funds to developers, but it fails in all respects to address special needs housing. If you read the section of special needs housing, it provides primarily referrals from the city and not actual housing. With respect to that housing, if the city intends to actually provide special need housing, it should include in the housing element a standard for every housing project that's approved. My recommendation is that each project approved by the city, whether at below market rate or market rate rental, shall include a provision that 10% of the units shall be set aside for consumers of the California Department of Developmental Services and who are clients of any regional center in the state at a rent not to exceed 30% of their Social Security disability benefits. Now, for example, an individual with a disability would normally receive only slightly over $1,100 a month. And that is the total amount of revenue they have coming into him in order to provide housing. So they are forced into very unfortunate situations because of their lack of resources. They may get food stamps, and they may get Medi-Cal benefits, but in terms of cash benefits for providing housing, they are really living on the margins. And I have searched for many years trying to find housing for these individuals, and they're not available. So I'm respectfully requesting that you do make a very concerted effort, not just referrals, where a disabled person could go find housing through a state agency or a county agency, but you actually provide in your development agreements that housing for these special class of individuals be included in every project that you're planning. I'd also like to let you know that even when an individual with a disability finds housing, in order to modify it or accommodate their special needs, the developers and owners and property managers actually require these individuals to pay for the modifications out of their own pocket. So if they go into a housing unit and it does not automatically have a bathroom that they can walk into without going over a step, or a kitchen that doesn't have the appropriate height for them to use it, the managers of these properties, and I can give you an example, like Abode Communities, tells people if you want an air conditioner, you have to pay $8,000 to put that air conditioner in, and when you leave, you have to pay to take it out. And if you want a bathroom that allows you to not step over a curb to get into it, you have to pay for the bathroom remodel and leave it behind. These individuals who are disabled from birth, that's the requirement to be a consumer of the California Department of Developmental Services. It's a birth, from birth, and it has to be approved before age 21 for you to receive benefits from the state. They don't have the money to pay for these, so they have to do without. So I'm trying to stress how important it is that you consider that in light of what I observed in just trying to watch people with wheelchairs come into the council meeting in January. I also wanted to let you know that in January I approached the clerk and I offered her to contact the Rossmore Community Service District as a venue for your next council meeting because of the overcrowding and because of the lack of access for these special needs individuals. And why did I suggest Rossmore? Because in your general plan, it names Rossmore over 230 times as being in the sphere of influence of Los Alamitos and LAFCO. I would like to request that you send notice to the people in Rossmore because they are in your sphere of interest and they should be able to participate in your housing element update.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Oh, that was the same one. Okay, Joe Hasty? For item 10M? Okay.
Yeah.
Could you pull the microphone down closer to you? That'll work.
Okay, good evening, council and staff. My name is Joe Hasty. I'm a Los Alamitos resident. I'm here to talk about item M on the consent calendar. High-density housing and anything related to housing element requirements are controversial issues. No one on this council, I'm sure, ran on a platform that they would be the champion of high-density housing. It's a state-mandated program that's forcing us all to build where we don't want to build, suffer the consequences if we don't, add traffic, noise, and strains on our current services. The real fight is with Sacramento to get back local control of these local issues. As a resident, I feel that no matter how controversial the issue is, the city manager and council's job is to be transparent, open, informative, and honest with the residents, our neighbors, and amongst themselves. In the spirit of transparency, items of great public interest should not be adopted in consent with no public discussion. Typical consent items are routine procedural decisions and decisions that are likely non-controversial. All consent items are acted on by one motion and a vote with no discussion unless a council member pulls the item for separate action, discussion, or vote. Therefore, I would like to request that a council member pull item M tonight for discussion and separate vote. Perhaps the city manager or city council can explain the background, the procedure, and the intent of the item to the council and the public. If the item is not pulled for discussion and approved in consent, item M adopts a resolution that the council finds to be true and correct, directs the city manager to schedule a public hearing, and states the city's intent to overrule the ALUC's findings, all without the opportunity for public discussion by the seated council, which I'm only assuming, since the only place the full council can meet and discuss an item is in a scheduled council meeting with a posted agenda. My request really has nothing to do with item M. I believe in local control. I believe that this council has every right and authority to state the intent to overrule some agency bureaucrats' findings in a report. However, with such a controversial issue as high-density housing, seeing this item buried into the consent calendar gives me reason to pause and question. Transparent, open, informative, and honest. Otherwise, you're open yourselves to doubts and scrutiny, regardless if your intentions were good, sound, and what's best for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty. The rest of the cards that I have, and I've seen some people walk in, and we're gonna keep collecting the cards. They are all for one. Okie dokie. Alrighty.
Mayor, if you'd like to ask if there's anyone who would like to speak who hasn't filled out a card for a non-agenda item, that would be appropriate at this time.
Okay, well, y'all heard the lady. Any speakers for anything not on the agenda that you would like to speak on and you haven't filled out a card yet?
Oh, I did fill out a card, and it says that I want to speak on the consent item, just like the other man, but you didn't call my name. And I say, agenda item INM.
What's your name?
Jean, Jean.
I got a lot of cards, bear with me. Let's see. Oh, okay. You want to pull I and M to be discussed with item 13B.
Right. Because I don't know what's included in that Amendment 2, but I'd like you to pull it so that you could request of Terra Nova Planning and Research, Inc. to maybe do a study on sea level rise and the flooding issues, or maybe you could ask them to get it from the Joint Forces Training Base, because I know they've probably done a sea level rise, because if that area at West Ed is going to be flooding, they know that, and you guys should have that information. And then and then the same thing would be for M, which would be the airport part. I'm sure the airport, oh, sorry. Okay. I'm sure the airport would have some of those kinds of studies that have already been done. Seal Beach has already done one, and in like 2035, sea level rise is going to occur, and by I forget what the number is, but all of College Park East will essentially be flooded also. I mean, or I think maybe 95% of Seal Beach will be flooded. So you may want to ask them for theirs, because I'm sure it'll happen a little bit. I mean, it just doesn't stop. The sea kind of keeps on going. So, you know, you may want to ask them for their sea level rise study too, and the flooding issues that will be impacted by the construction on Wested. Thank
Okay.
you. So-
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All righty. Were there any other speaker cards that came in? And then we will have a sign-in sheet on the podium. If I don't get a speaker card from you, I gently request that you please fill out the form that's on the podium. If I have your speaker card, don't worry about it. I appreciate you. All righty. So are we council announcements next? All right. We will move on to item 7, which are council announcements. At this time, council members may report on items not specifically described on the agenda that are of interest to the community, provided no action or discussion is taken except to provide staff direction to report back or to place the item on a future agenda. Emily, I will start with you, council member.
Thank you, Mayor.
Emily?
So between the last city council meeting and now, I attended three events on behalf of the city. On January 26th, I attended my first OC Library board meeting. And for those of you that are readers out there, the LaSalle Rossmore Library is getting a full rehab this year. So you might see some changes over there, construction. So pop by if you're interested in that. On February 2nd, I met with Congresswoman Michelle Steele's representative to discuss honoring our veterans. There's a program that they provide medals to Korean War vets. So if that is you, or if you know someone who served our country in the Korean War, shoot me an email. My email's on the city's website. I'd love to help get those vets honored. And on February 16th, I attended a mass shooting preparedness training at the OC Sheriff's Training Academy to just make sure that if something were to happen here in the city, that we're prepared as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, what you got?
I, along with Emily, did attend the mass shooting preparedness. I learned quite a bit. I believe that every city needs to be prepared just because there has been an increase in mass shootings throughout America. I also attended the Adan Ortega welcome reception. He was just promoted for the water district. I learned quite a bit. I learned that they are actually in the process of using sewer water as consumption, and I actually tasted it, and it was actually tasty. So I'm just saying, I just told them, they need to get a better name. I don't know, maybe SW2 or something, but it is a great way for recycling, especially with the water shortage we have in California. And that's it. Are you saying SW2?
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hasselbrink, what have you been up to?
So I attended the Community Foundation meeting. We did sign the contract with the fireworks vendor, TNT. They'll be supplying us 2 booths, July 1st through July 4th, and there'll be more information coming in as that gets closer. A couple things, not great news. We had a couple passings of people close to us. First was Laura Herzog. She is the founder of Honoring Our Fallen. She handles all the military fallen soldiers and coordinates the funeral and getting the remains back and everything. Her mother was in a horrific car accident over in Garden Grove last week. She was hit head-on by an 80-year-old man who had a medical emergency. All 3 passed away, unfortunately, so she is now planning her mother's funeral. So just keep her in your prayers. And then also our former division chief, Ron Roberts, sat right over there. He passed away on February 9th, 125 days after he retired. He was in Costa Rica with his wife and another couple. His wife and him were taken out by a riptide. They were both rescued, and unfortunately, Ron did not survive. They are still, plans are still pending, and I'll keep everybody noticed on that. But he was a terrific man, gave 42 years of his life to fire service, and was starting to enjoy the prime of his life. So just keep that family also in your prayers. And I would, if possible, Mayor, I'd like to close in both of their honors.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Nafolda, what have you been up to, sir?
Thank you. Since the last meeting, I've attended 3 meetings for the OC Sanitation District. Although I've been sitting on the board since November, I just kind of got like an onboarding this last meeting and got a virtual tour of one of the facilities. Coincidentally, I saw how that wastewater was treated. So as I get more involved in that, hopefully I'll be able to address any questions that relate to the sanitation district. A couple weeks ago, went to one of the street fairs out here, and I just encourage people to go. It seems like attendance is always pretty good. There's a lot of good food, good music, and the family and I had a great time.
Thank you. All righty. I went to a grand opening for ACEF Enterprises. It's over on, I want to say Howard, but they do medical coding and billing, and it was fascinating. I've never seen an office where everybody genuinely enjoyed working with each other. Like they weren't just selling me a dream. They actually liked their boss. They actually liked their coworkers. So that was very encouraging to me. I went to the SoCal Mayor's Leadership Conference out at Claremont University. Learning just about what other mayors are doing, what other cities are doing, kind of what things we have in common, what things are vastly different across our cities based on size and structure. I met with a couple of Cub Scouts because apparently they get a special patch if they can interview an elected official. So I helped a bunch of like 5th graders get a patch, and that brought a smile to my face. I went and supported. Did somebody clap for that? Thank you. Was it one of your babies? They were just so happy to see me. Yay! They are some of the coolest little cats. I attended the Leif Royal Gala to support Leif. I attended a city selection meeting, which is essentially a bunch of mayors in one room trying not to talk all night. I can tell you that's a fascinating thing. And then we met with the reps, Emmeline and I met with the reps from Senator Nguyen's office to try and build networks between our city and her office. And just so that everybody knows, we're trying to meet with all of our reps to find out what relationships and networks and what we can get for our city, because we're about 11,500 and we often get overlooked when things start getting doled out. So we are calling meetings and we're stepping into rooms and they're making sure that everybody knows who Lost Al is. And then I went to a Cal City speaker series. It was hosted by someone deeply entrenched in district lines and boundaries. And if you would like to know more about that, you can talk to me anytime outside of here. But it was very interesting to see how the districts, like how we have 5 districts here, how that goes across cities that are much larger and some that are even smaller. And I got to go to my first person Orange County Mosquito and Vector Controls meeting in 3 years. I went for the first time last Thursday, so that was really cool. That's when I get to give you the reports on what the mosquitoes are doing and how do you have them not come into your house because they can live in your house. And I'm not going to freak you out right now because we don't have time. But that was it for that. We have, can we go to 8? The items from the city manager?
Nothing from me, Mayor.
All right.
That was your staff clapping, by the way.
Right. All right, next we have the warrants. The warrants, we just need a motion and a second unless someone would like to pull something. Anybody from our warrants?
I'll move it.
Second?
I'll
Second.
I'm gonna let you pick.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hasselbrink, seconded by Councilmember Hibbard. We'll do roll call. Mayor Doby,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nafolda,
Yes.
Councilmember Hasselbrink,
Yes.
Councilmember Hibbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're moving on to our consent calendar. Now, all consent calendar items may be acted upon by one motion unless a member requests a separate action on a specific item. Does anyone have any items that they would like to have pulled?
I'd like to pull I and M for a residence request.
Same with me.
I and M. And I heard the young lady asked to pull M, so I am in agreement with pulling M. And I think I is just super hot tonight, so we'll just throw that on the Barbie as well. Are there any others that we're pulling? Just I and M? Yeah, okay. All right.
Can we get a motion to remove the remaining melons?
I will make that motion.
And a second?
I'll second.
And then all in favor?
Aye.
Now, all that means is that we pulled I and M, we're gonna talk about them. So those did not just get eyed, just everything else. Because I know that used to confuse me too. So I'm gonna try to be as transparent as possible, okay? Okay. All right.
And now you can request a staff report for item I.
You heard the lady.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn this over to Director of Development Services, Ron Noda. Largely, though, this is a continuation of the work that Terra Nova is doing with regards to the city's housing element, and then the related changes that will have to be made to the general plan in the event that it is approved.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. This is just an amendment to our current contract with Terra Nova Planning and Research. They're the consultants that's assisting the city with the housing element. We started this process of the housing element and started the contract with Terra Nova in 2020. And because we are not done, ratifying it with the state and through the council process, that we have to extend it until we're completed with the housing element. So this amendment is basically asking to extend our current contract so until the finish of the housing element process.
And if I can make one note, I had the good fortune of speaking with the garrison commander, Lieutenant Colonel Vick, this morning, actually, and just in reference to the comment that the young lady made, that we actually shared that we would actually be exchanging a lot of information back and forth. So she actually very graciously offered up all the reports that she had. So just want to let you know that is a communication that we're currently undertaking.
And that's it. I'm here for any questions.
Okay. Anybody have any additional questions on I for Ron or Chet?
Chad, just for clarification, will this also be a part of any development? If any application comes in for development of West Ed, will that also be part of the environmental impact report?
It'll be an entirely separate environmental report.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll
but that will be required.
So we'll get it from the base. We'll also get it from any developer's application. Okay, thank you.
Do they give you a timeline as to when we'd receive that information so that we can review it? For the report that clearly states that the noise is no longer an issue?
For the, I'm sorry, council member, the environmental report or the item M, which is about the noise, the airport land use committee.
The M, where we are requesting to have that in regards to the joint base, we're going to be receiving.
Right, that actually would be item M, so it'll just be the next one. This one is actually just the environmental impact report, or I'm sorry, it's the planning effort that we're currently undergoing in order to get all the housing element items completed.
Got it.
Okay. Any more on I?
I have a couple questions, just wanted to clarify. So looks like we've already had Amendment 1 to increase that for up to $15,000 last year, sometime April 18th. So is the Amendment 2 is for another $15,000 up to $15,000? And that's through June of this year?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. It's on page 307 of the packet. It's under their scope of work. Under their scope of work on the original contract we signed with them, it says community outreach in coordination with city staff, prepare for, coordinate, and staff 2 community workshops. If we renew or continue this contract, which I think we need to, I agree with that, could we also have them help us with a community workshop?
There's a possibility. We'd have to assess the need for that at first, but then yes, we can ask them, and according to their scope, they fulfilled their workshop obligation, so there might be a potential where there's an additional cost to that.
Okay. Was that the original contract? so we've amended that twice. We've added to that twice. Is there any additional services with each amendment, or what are we adding? What service will they provide in the next, until June?
It's just assisting us with communicating with the state to approve our housing element and any additional environmental concerns or assessments needed.
If I may, council member, there's a number of technical documents that have to go back and forth between the city and the state. In the event the council was to approve a housing amendment, that does take an awful lot of work, and you'll notice that we have one internal planner that actually we put all of this burden on in order to accomplish these goals. And so whenever we have a larger outside project, we typically rely on consultants in order to handle the lion's share of that work. Not to say that our internal staff isn't working on it, but it's become a cost-effective way of actually getting the work done in a timely manner, just to ensure that we're not missing any deadlines, while we're still able to process the day-to-day applications that come in from the residents.
Do you think the vendor would be willing to help us with the community workshop?
I have found that vendors are willing to do just about anything for money. So if it would be an increase in scope, it's something that we can definitely talk to them, but it is not included within the amendment that's being proposed to you tonight.
Okay, I'd like to propose to, to add a community workshop to this additional few months, an additional $15,000. I think it's needed.
I can obviously talk to the vendor and see if that is something that they're open to. I can't imagine why they would not be. And if not, I'm sure that there are vendors out there that can help us do that.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll move item I. There's no other discussion.
Okay, a second?
I'll second.
All right.
Is the public allowed to speak on this?
That already happened.
I put a card in and asked that it be pulled from the consent calendar so that the public could make a comment on it.
So the public comments were in the beginning, and then we have these for the Lamson specifically. You had something additional?
Yes, it
to
has
share?
nothing to do with Lamson. It has specifically to do with this contract.
What
And I thought that all items on a public agenda, the public had a right to speak on them. The fact that it was on a consent calendar is merely procedural. It makes it easier for you to pass.
So no,
get a
the
amount
issue
of
that
work
I'm
done.
having, I just have to, I don't know how this works as far as status quo, right? Because this isn't the public comments portion anymore. How does this work?
Mayor.
Oh, yes, the law.
From the consent calendar, if you'd like to allow her to speak on that item, that's certainly
Oh.
something you could do.
All right, we're going to go to 3 minutes, though, because we've got,
I don't think I'm going to talk that long, but
Oh.
I'd like to support Ms. Hibbert's recommendation that the contract be expanded in its scope to provide a community forum. I also believe that there's an additional piece of work that the contractor needs to undertake. I looked at the Seal Beach general plan, and they, under their safety element, they've done an extensive study on liquefaction within earthquake fault areas. And you may not know, because your report, the housing element does not contain a liquefaction study in connection with the earthquake faults in Los Alamitos. And I pulled the maps from the California Geological Survey, and every one of the site plans that you have selected for high-density housing is within a liquefaction zone. And the comment made by your consultant states that they can use standard building construction techniques to avoid problems with the earthquake fault. However, if you read the report in Seal Beach by the experts who did the liquefaction study, they said that those particular construction techniques are not sufficient enough where houses are above 1 story in height. And with the high-density housing that you're looking at, you're probably looking at a height structure of anywhere from 3 to 4 stories. And based upon the fact that you've got all these houses going in with many thousands of more people coming into town, I think it's a public safety issue, and that your consultant should likewise be asked to report back to you with regard to any potential public safety issues involving this liquefaction issue. And that's one comment. And if you'd like to see the maps, I have them. I'll just also, while I'm up here, talk about the next item M, which has to do with the noise study. I don't have any personal expertise with regard to public safety and airplanes, and I'm pretty sure that most of you don't either. And for a council to ignore the recommendations of an agency that specializes in this, I think disregards public safety and is not in the best interest of the individuals that live in this community. And I'd recommend you do not overturn the letter that you got concerning the airport being inconsistent with the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I can close eye now? Did you get it closed already? Is eye closed now? We go to M?
Can I ask
Well, we have a motion and a second. We'll still need all in favor. I believe Councilmember Hibbert has a question.
Could I ask liquefaction? Can someone enlighten me?
Of course.
How does that affect our housing element?
So liquefaction is basically, it's where you have, if there was a seismic event, and you, please forgive me, I'm not a geologist, but largely that if there was a seismic event that would cause the intrusion of salt water or other kind of fresh water, that it could actually cause the soil to actually liquefy, causing buildings to actually sink. A traditional way of building on these type of sites require either creating a very deep foundation, or actually building stilts, essentially driving pylons into the bedrock and then building on top of it in order to combat against the idea that liquefaction could take place. We here in Orange County, and it's pretty common throughout Orange County, have a very high water table. So typically anytime that there's going to be a development of note, any environmental study will require that you go and look at, can you actually build a project where you're actually saying you're going to build a project simply because of what exactly is the makeup of the soil? Do you have a layer of mud? Do you have a layer of rock? How far do you have to go down to get to base rock? So it is an item that is studied through the environmental review process.
Do we have, where could we find that? Where can the public find that?
So it would be part of our environmental study, or the environmental study that went along with the general plan update.
Okay.
And then also, we can also talk to the consultant about maybe adding an addendum in order to call out where exactly it is in the original report.
And is this the same consultant that we're discussing now could potentially provide that?
That's true, exactly.
Thank you.
Call for the vote. Are there any other questions? Are we ready to call for a vote on aye? Are we ready?
We have a motion by Councilmember Hasselbrink, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Nafolda, to approve item I. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We can move on to item M.
Madam Mayor, if it pleases you, I'd actually like the city attorney to handle this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So with respect to item M, this is on the consent calendar. It's somewhat of a procedural issue. As noted in the staff report, after the Planning Commission recommended to City Council approval of the general plan housing element, staff referred that housing element update to the Airport's Land Use Commission, as is required by the Public Utilities Code. ALUC is a statutory creature created by the Public Utilities Code. It's an advisory body that's tasked with providing counsel to cities surrounding military and civilian airports to try to make determinations regarding land use compatibility issues. And so as required by the code, staff submitted our general plan housing element update to ALUC for them to review, which they did on January 19th. And their task was to compare the proposed housing element to their airport environs land use plan, which is the governing document that is put forward by ALUC to try to address potential impacts from development or planning efforts surrounding airport uses. And ALUC made a finding that the general plan housing element was not consistent with the airport's environs land use plan, and made very similar findings, in fact, to findings it had previously made for several other cities in the region, including Seal Beach, all of these cities have now gone ahead and initiated the process or have actually overruled ALUC. The city itself is the final legislative authority in terms of its land use decisions. So again, the ALUC is an advisory body, but the item before the council tonight is not the actual override of that finding. Again, it's somewhat procedural. What we're trying to do is initiate a two-step process. The first step in that process is to inform ALUC that the city has the intention to override, to consider those findings and potentially make our own findings as to why we feel the housing element update is in fact consistent with the Airport Environs Land Use Plan, as we are entitled to do pursuant to the Public Utilities Code. But tonight, again, will not actually function as that override. It's the first step, which notifies them that the city will consider overriding them. If the council chooses to adopt this resolution of intent, those draft findings in the resolution will be forwarded by staff to ALUC so that they're aware of the staff's position as of tonight. ALUC will then be able to provide its own comments and respond and supplement the record with their position. Any comments received from ALUC would be packaged in the materials that will eventually come back to the city council within approximately 45 days when you would consider the actual override. The actual override itself will happen only in the context of a notice to public hearing. Members of the public will be able to see the staff report, see all the information provided by ALUC. They'll be able to comment themselves if they would like. And the council itself will be able to have a robust discussion as to whether or not you would like to move forward with the actual override of that ALUC determination. So that's the basis, again, for tonight's action is sort of the first step in a two-step procedural process. And staff's recommendation has been to approve the resolution notifying ALUC of our intent to override. But again, it's not the override itself. That comes back at a subsequent public hearing.
Okay.
Do we have public comment on that item? We have more public comment because it's off the consent calendar, correct? Can I speak?
3 minutes, friend.
Absolutely. Okay.
Wait, did you speak? You
I'm Dan
filled out a
Brandt.
card?
I have a card for another item.
Okay.
But just want to talk about that. I've had some communications with people that have talked to ALUC, and the reality is there's several cities that have had the same thing occur where there's a determination saying it's not consistent with the airport plan. And those cities, what they did is they opened up, prior to even trying to pass their housing element, they opened up a 45-day period in accordance with the Public Utilities Code. And then they went through the process with Caltrans and with the different agencies before they went through for the housing element. And that was their conversation with me, or with people that I've spoken to, because that's the process that these cities went through before they even put their housing element in place. So, and they voted on their housing element. They waited until they got through that appeal process with ALUC. So, and then also eventually if you pass this, there would be more liability on the city if something occurs if you do overrule the ALUC determination. So that's all I got.
Thank you. All right. Any questions up here?
Mayor, I've got a question. So just to clarify, the vote tonight is just opening up the conversation with ALUC.
Correct. We would have a public hearing that can be no less than 45 days from approving the notice of intent.
Okay. Thank you.
And actually, if I could just clarify one thing, with respect to Seal Beach, they actually did submit their general plan housing element update after the council had approved that component, whereas LoSal has actually followed the procedure required by statute, which is prior to adopting, you're required to solicit input from ALUC before moving forward. So we've actually complied with the Public Utilities Code in that respect.
Thank you, City Attorney.
I do have a question. In regards to the airport land use plan for the Joint Forces Training Base, is that plan available for review by the public and everyone?
Yeah, that's available publicly, and perhaps we could work with the clerk to try to get that distributed or made available.
Okay.
Frankly, even a simple Google search would produce that document online through ALUC.
And it would clearly define like the inconsistencies with ALUC's, I guess, proposals and in regards to the land use. So, correct?
Included in the agenda packet this evening is the agenda report that ALUC considered on the 19th when they reviewed
Right.
housing element update. The determination letter issued by ALUC and sent to the city is also in our agenda packet. And then if you'd like to look at the airport environs land use plan, that's available through the ALUC website. So all the documentation's out there. And again, if it's the will of the council, when this comes back for a public hearing, all those documents will be packaged again for the benefit of the council and the public who would seek to participate.
Okay.
Any other questions on item M?
Can I comment, please? 3 minutes, right?
3 minutes.
I'm going to be quick.
All right.
Because I'll be back up here in a little bit. You're going to hear the community asking you to wait 30 or 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
So I would propose that on this item, you do that as well. That you hear everybody out, you do your homework, you're transparent, and not rush this. So I'm just proposing that you table this for 90 days, along with what you're going to be hearing a little later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you state your name, please?
Brian Kibler.
Thank you.
I have a question. Maybe someone could help me. Can someone differentiate for me the difference between sound attenuation and noise contours?
Boy, no, our city manager is not a geologist, and I am certainly not a noise engineer. I don't know if Andy has the capability, perhaps, or at least enough to say that I'm wrong. I think the noise contours as identified in the plan are identifying zones where acceptable ranges or limits of noise are permissible. So it typically spans, spreads outward like a ripple in a wave from the airport, showing that, the most impactful noise contour will be closest to the airport uses, and then that number decreases as you distance yourself from the airport. The attenuation, the DBA as it's listed in the report, is a formula that refers to somewhat of average noise levels that are produced at a certain distance. So you'll see, discussion of a 60 to 65 dBA noise attenuation. There's a 45 dBA internal noise attenuation, which is a way of saying that if housing is built within a certain contour, you have to have construction methods that will make sure that folks inside the units aren't experiencing a level, that's above 45 dBA. That's sort of the concept there. And if you have more specific questions, we can certainly work with Terra Nova to get information back out to you on how that functions.
I do. From the report that I was seeing, ALUC's report, it identifies 2 sites that have issues in our housing plan, Site 6 and Site 10. Both are very close to the base. Both are very noisy. Page 2 of ALUC's report says that we require that this particular site, these 2 sites require sound attenuation, and our growth management element, policy 3.6, states the JFTB noise contours require the use of JFTB noise contours to ensure new development is compatible with the noise element. So my question is the noise element why we're trying to, what's the language? Why we're disagreeing with this report? Is it just the noise element for these 2 sites?
I can get into further details. Just a really quick overview here is so.
Take your time. Be very specific.
Okay. So ALUC. So the city has 2 issues with ALUC's findings. All right. So we were talking about again noise contours and mitigation efforts. Right. So what the city attorney Doubt explained is perfectly right. Right. So when the base did their study on when a plane lands or a helicopter flies off, that these are the zone or the contours of the sound. So as you get closer to the base, it's, of course, a higher sound. So they have 3 zones around the base, or 3 noise levels, right? And so, of course, in ALUC's findings, they say that you can't build any houses within these two zones. The two sites you are in question are in the third zone. So you can build in those zones as long as you have sound mitigation efforts, like our city attorney says. Is you could put a perfect simple example is double pane windows, so you could lower the noise inside the houses. Okay, so we had an issue with that, saying that they're saying that you cannot build in any of our three zones, and we're saying that according to the California State Code of Building, you can, as long as you do these mitigation efforts, right? The second issue we had with ALUC's finding is they're utilizing a map of the sound contours that is predated before 2014, okay? We have a updated map from the base stating that this is a new map that was done in 2022.
What page on the packet is that on?
It's not in the packet. So this was going to be this was going to be when we come back the second time for the public hearing. This was going to be all included in the packet at that time.
And what's the name of the map you're referring to that's not in tonight's packet?
It's the same map that ALUC used. It's their sound contour map, but the one that they utilize is a predated 2014 one. We have a new one that the base sent out that was done in 2022. So when the team members from the city went to ALUC and questioned, why are you using a map predated between 2014 where you really should be using a 2022 map? Because in the 2022 updated map, those two sites that are in question are not in the noise contour area.
Is there a reason why, although we were provided with information regarding from ALUC, we weren't provided that information from Joint Forces where they had updated the information?
So the Joint Forces Training Base and ALUC are two separate entities. They don't really...
No, I understand that, but is there a reason why in the packet there is information from ALUC, but there wasn't any information from the Joint Forces to go ahead and indicate the inconsistencies?
So again, it's not the Joint Forces trying to say the inconsistency. It's the city.
No, I know, based on the Joint Forces information, correct?
Yeah, that we presented that to ALUC, and that would be in the next packet if we were to come back when we did this as a public discussion for the second time for the measure, this item M.
But that's what I'm saying. Why was this information, the airport land use information, included in the packet, but that information regarding the inconsistencies wasn't included in the packet for anyone to review?
Councilmember, maybe I can take that question. And I think it really stems back to what the city attorney was saying with regards to this being a two-step process. Obviously, a lot of time and effort goes into developing a public hearing packet. There's expert testimony that we'll look for. We'll also have the city attorney do a number of reviews as to the different documents that are going back and forth between ALUC, the different maps that are coming from the base, and then also our own noise consultants. That there's a considerable amount of cost and time and effort that goes into those items. And so if the city council did not wish to entertain the idea of actually us spending that money and going down that road, we didn't want to actually expend that cost until we knew that it was something that the council was interested in doing.
I'm hesitant to vote on something Mr. Noda acknowledged is not in our packet today. So there's a map, a 2022 map that's not in our packet, and it concerns me to vote on something that I don't have.
Can I interject a little bit? We're not voting on the map.
Yeah.
We're voting on, we want to notice of intent, ALUC, to overrule, and then we can present our findings with the new, you didn't use the 2022 map, you used the 2014 map, but until we do a notice of intent to overrule, we can't have that conversation with them. So we're just tonight voting on, let's start the conversation with ALUC, and then we can bring in the new map, then we can bring in expert findings. So that wouldn't be in our packet tonight because we haven't created it for ALUC yet.
But Mr. Noda is saying the map does exist.
Right, but in ALUC's version, it does not.
I'd like to see the map before I vote on something. And here's why. Page 361 of our packet references page 2 of ALUC's report. And it states, and I quote, "The commission strongly recommends that residential units be limited or excluded from this area unless sufficiently sound attenuated." So it's not saying you can't do it, but it's an unless. So that's in the packet. So I need to see the map that we're referring to, the 2022 map that exists, that's not in our packet. I need to see that map to confirm that these two sites, Site 6 and Site 10, are indeed not in the areas that we're referring to. So you might be correct, but it's not in our packet, and I don't feel I'm able to vote on that, to even take the first step, because then I have additional attenuation questions. For example, attenuation, noise contours. For these two particular sites, if the development moves forward, which I'm sure it will, who's responsible for paying for that? The city or someone else?
Yeah, if I could reply, this doesn't directly address your question regarding these other maps, but as to the sound attenuation issue, what we've heard from our consultant and in part what the draft response is that standard California building code requirements would necessarily reduce those levels to a 45 internal dBA.
And what California...
So that would be any developer would be required, at that level, it's not even extraordinary mitigation. That's just following the building code. So any developer pulling permits for any type of development would be bound by the California building code. And it's been our consultant's opinion as of right now that just by following the California building standards, we would get to 45 or less within those residents, meaning that if uses are permitted in that contour, they would necessarily be attenuated to 45 dBA or less.
And who pays for that? The developer. So
That
the
would be
city,
the developer,
city has
whoever's
no
pulling permits
fiscal
and constructing.
responsibility.
Correct.
Okay. One more question. California building code. Which California building code are we referring to? I'm going to look it up in the packet really quick.
Yeah, Ron, what cycle are we on?
It's I believe.
Are you looking for a code section of the building code, or just which triennial edition of the building code are we working under?
Which California building code are we referring to that can get the internal noise down to 45 decibels from an outside 60 or 65 or 70 that would then require the attenuation?
The state of California issues out a building code book. I believe it's called the Green Book.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2022 version. So every city more or less follows the state of California Green Book. I'd like to try to clarify and try to, so we as a city staff, we follow steps and process, right? And so like the city attorney stated that we're in step one. And step one is identifying that we're going to overrule ALUC, all right? And so we have to provide that notice to ALUC stating that we're gonna begin the process of the overrule. After we do that, then step two is doing a public hearing and providing the information on why we would do an overrule. And that would, the maps and any type of sound consultant coming in, other consultants, et cetera. The third step is, and that's a little bit further down the line here, is if we all go through down this road, then when we get a specific project for a specific site that is within the sound contours, then we would work with that developer to do sound attenuation process according to, again, California building codes to mitigate that. So, we wouldn't be able to do like step 3 at step 1, for instance. We have to take it from step to step to step, right? It'd be kind of, we in our housing element, we identified several sites, and some of the sites are not even in the planning stages yet of submitting to a city a full-blown development of it. So we can't, project and say, hey, we're going to do this and this and this, if just in case someone comes in, because we don't know what's coming in. Right? It could be condos. That's different than a single-family homes. That's different than a retirement community. So that's why we take it step per step per step. And so again, the first step again is that we do this process of council doing a resolution. Second step is we come back with a public hearing, and at that time we will provide the information. At that second step, if council is not comfortable making a decision at that time, we can always again carry it on to a next meeting or to another meeting. But this is just the first step for us to fully get all our quote-unquote ducks in a row for that public hearing.
I guess what I'm reiterating again is if you indicate in our packet and information that's provided to the public, and you are stating that the housing element update to be inconsistent with the airport environment's land use plan, then I would assume that you would provide that information so that we can clearly review what the inconsistency that you're indicating in the document. So I'm saying if you're going to say, okay, this is inconsistent, then what is the information that we can review to clearly indicate that there is an inconsistency to even authorize a notification to start the process?
Understood, but again.
I agree with Councilmember Murphy. If that map was in here, I'd feel confident in making, in voting on this. I don't feel confident in voting to move forward because it's not here. And so I think it would be unwise for council to even vote on something. The information's not here.
I just want to clarify something. What are the consequences? So I guess we have three routes, right? We can vote to start the process. We can vote to not start the process, right? And then we can delay it, correct? But if we delay it, then we're going to invest. Are we going to go and invest that money, like you were saying, with the consultants, gather all the information, or is it just a delay so we're back here 45 days or however long we delay it, and we have the same information in front of us? Because my understanding is we're just voting to get to that step where you want to be. We're not actually voting on, whether or not it is inconsistent, right? So we're giving them notice. If we approve this tonight, we give them notice that we're intending on overruling it. Then you're going to gather all the information that's going to convince both us and ALUC that it is inconsistent, and then we take that vote, correct?
That's correct. Ultimately, council is the body that determines the direction of the city, and so we can go ahead and start the process. But, let's take it, there's many different scenarios, but one scenario is you come back here, you look at it and you say, we don't want to start the process. Then yeah, that's money well spent that we did all that process, right? But then at the same time, it could be viewed as money not well spent because why did we do that? Where council could just decide that we're not going to go through this process.
I understand that, yeah. So, okay.
I urge caution, and I don't think obtaining the 2022 map will be expensive.
No, it won't be. But again, we would have, again, as a staff person, our job is to kind of go through every route possible to kind of set a case to council. So it would be, we wouldn't just come here to do a map. I would feel that we're not doing our job thoroughly. We would come in with sound experts. We would come in with other consultants to provide their professional opinion. I'm not a professional in sound attenuation, and no one on the team here is. So that would be an incurred cost, right? And so again, it's up to council. We can go down that road, but again, at the end of the day, that's a cost that's going to happen because we have to be thorough in our findings. We're just not going to come back and say, here's a map. That's why I said we have to kind of have all our ducks in a row before we provide a picture or scenario to council.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would add, and perhaps I'm repeating myself at this point, but tonight's action does not commit the council to an overrule whatsoever. It would initiate the process by which the council would then get additional information and be able to make a determination. But again, you wouldn't be committed to the overrule one way or the other. It just lays the groundwork to set things in motion to get to that public hearing. In terms of potential consequences of not taking any action, the PUC does provide for a city that's been determined to be inconsistent by the ALUC, that the ALUC can request that the city submit all permit applications in entirety that fall within the airport influence area to ALUC to make individual case-by-case determinations on every single application that comes through the city. So to the extent the city does not override ALUC or initiate that process, there is a possibility that ALUC would invoke those rights, which would necessarily be somewhat of a procedural burden to the planning staff here in terms of having to ship over everything that comes across their counter to the ALUC to make an individual assessment. And to the extent they make that assessment and find those individual applications inconsistent, we're in a position now of having to potentially override for each application that they're reviewing. So it just could potentially domino in terms of our interactions with ALUC and the need to continue doing this.
I found the California code I was referring to. It's on the packet, page 361. It looks like page 2 of the ALUC report. Impact Zone 2, which I'm assuming is on either the map that Mr. Noda is referring to or the map that's in here, is normally consistent, but that the noise impact in this area is sufficient to require sound attenuation as set forth in the California Noise Insulation Standards, Title 25, California Code of Requirements. One of the reasons why I'm not letting this go is because if this is correct, then those two sites, as the maps that we were provided in here, the maps that we were provided say this applies and noise attenuation is needed based on what we were provided. Without the map, that the 22 map that we were not provided, I can't see that it was outside that. If there was a map in here that showed it was the 22 map and it was in here, I would understand, because we wouldn't need the noise attenuation and all this wouldn't apply. But it's not in here. And that's my concern. Everything that I was provided with, I understand it requires noise attenuation.
I'm going to go ahead and just make the motion to start the process, not overrule, but start the process so staff will be freed up to do all the evidence gathering, including the 2022 map and any other evidence with experts and everything, to start the conversation so that they can provide us more detailed findings of why we want to overrule this. That's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Can we clarify, so we're not voting, this is not voting on 10M, this is...
No, this is
Yeah.
voting on 10M. This is
yeah.
to start the conversation so staff can go and provide us the evidence, including the 2022 map and all the expert witnesses, so then we can come back and make an educated decision of whether we want to proceed with overruling ALUC. But until we start that process, we are not going to have the information that we need to make a decision. We are not overruling it tonight. We are starting the conversation so then they can provide us all of the evidence. Excuse me. You know, we don't need that up here. We're not on American Idol. We don't need the booze. Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, if I could clarify, just for sake of clarity, the motion would be then to approve Resolution 2023-04, which is the notice of intent to overrule staff's recommendation.
What's
Yeah.
the difference between the motion and 10M that we're voting on?
It's the same thing.
The motion is to approve staff's recommendation for 10M.
So I had a motion by Councilmember Hasselbrink, seconded by Councilmember Nafolda. And I had an aye vote for Nafolda, Doby, and Hasselbrink, a no vote for Tricia Murphy. And how would you like to vote, Councilmember Hibbard?
I oppose.
Motion passes. We'll move on to item 11A.
A. Can I get a staff report,
Of course.
please?
Madam Mayor, this is similar to two items, two cleanup items that were actually on consent calendar. The only reason that it's in this section is because this is a resolution And so there it's a different function. Essentially, it is extending the same vacation cash out rights to the non-admin or the non-represented group as we did, or that the council approved for the Teamsters and for the
POA.
POA.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah, if I could just jump in to clarify what's being proposed here too.
Oh, yeah.
Just because this does pertain to compensation and benefits, for the record, I would just clarify that what's being proposed is adding 80 hours to the annual vacation payoff provided here, and then also providing a city vehicle for support services manager with all variable expenses related to that vehicle.
Okay. Alrighty. We got questions on that?
You can ask council for questions, yes.
Yeah, I'm asking. Questions on 11? No?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Alrighty. We can go to 12. We go to 12 now, the ordinance.
Yes, ma'am, 12A.
Okie doke. Can I get a staff report on this, please?
Of course, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to turn this over to Ron Noda to actually run the lion's share of the presentation. We also have comments from our planning consultant, myself, and the city attorney to fill in some of the gaps going through this.
Sorry, Mr. 12A is the ordinance 2303 modifying fireworks.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Just got a little ahead of myself. This one is actually, Madam Mayor, is to change the ordinance that the City Council recently approved with regards to the sale of fireworks. As Councilmember Hasselbeck noted, they had just signed a contract with TNT in order to provide the fireworks for those stands. As you know, we have a number of parks and churches and different retail spots along Catella Avenue, which makes it difficult to site one of those stands in an appropriate area based on what was originally in the code. It was one that we basically borrowed from a larger city that had more space. This would allow for us to remove one of the 1,000 feet restriction, but still allow for the control by having the Director of Development Services being able to approve each one of those permits as they come across his desk.
Okay. Alrighty, any questions on 12A? The fireworks? No? Okay, and I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you kindly.
All in favor?
Aye.
It is an ordinance, so if I could.
Oh, I'm so sorry, City Attorney. I
No
just
problem.
breezed right over you. Please
No
forgive
problem, but
me.
if I could just read the title into the record and then retake that vote, please. The ordinance before you is ordinance number 2023-03 entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Alamitos, California, amending Section 5.60.110B of the Los Alamitos Municipal Code relating to the location of temporary fireworks stands."
Okay.
Then we had a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Nafulda, seconded by Councilmember Tricia Murphy. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Now we go to 13.
Like I was saying, Mayor, we'll basically have a four-man weave of the presentation going in order to try to hit on all the salient points. I would like to just point out before we start that this item is specifically about the housing element and not about any particular projects that may be proposed throughout the city. I think that's just an important distinction. And so I've asked Mr. Noda to really take this back to the very beginning of the RENA allocations, how exactly those things happened, what exactly has happened since the process that the city went through in order to reach the point that we're at tonight, and then also to lay out some of the, what we see as some of the obstacles on the horizon as we go through this process.
Okay. All right.
Okay, good evening again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. I want to just point out that we have the city's Associate Planner, Tom Oliver, with me, and our planning consultant, Andy Perea, sitting right next to me. So, again, we have a PowerPoint presentation for you. We did make some copies, and we did try to hand it out, but I don't think we made enough. So if anyone at home or anyone after the meeting tonight wants to view the PowerPoint, it is on the city's website. So please visit the city's website. You want to navigate through. At the top, there are some drop-down menus. You want to go down to the agendas and minutes. You want to click on the city council meeting for tonight's date, which is February 21st. On the right side, there's the drop-down menu where you could do the packet, the full, the agenda minutes, the full packet. You want to select others, and this presentation will be on the others slide, again, on the city's website, okay? So tonight, we're going to go through a background and overview of the state's California RHNA. Again, RHNA stands for Regional Housing Needs Assessment. We're going to go through and talk about the steps that we did to combat the state RHNA allocation that the city did. We're going to go through the process for development of the housing element. And again, we're going to highlight some of the consequences of failing to adopt a state-approved housing element. Again, as I go through these, this is please feel free to chime in if you have any questions or comments, okay? So every 8 years, the city of California is required to update the housing element. The housing element is part of the city's general plan. And as part of this process, this state law requires all cities to designate sites that can potentially be developed into future housing. So the general plan is usually updated anywhere between 12 to 15 years. The last time the city updated the city's general plan was in 2015. And again, every 8 years, it is mandated that we have to update the housing element section of the general plan. This process is not new. Since 1969, the state has required all local governments to do this, again, to meet the state housing needs. And again, like I stated before, this process is known as RHNA, or the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. Each RHNA cycle begins with population projections from the State Finance Department. Again, these are processed through the state's Housing Community Development Department, or HCD. And again, it estimates the number of housing units required to meet California, and then from California, it goes down to each county. Then from each county, it goes down to each city. Once these numbers are determined, right, again, as a whole for the state of California, the state of California partners with each regional government association because they kind of know the feel and pulse of each region. You know, people in Sacramento might not necessarily know what's going down here in Orange County. So our specific organization is known as SCAG, which is Southern California Associated of Government. And so along with the state's methodology and with SCAG, they assign, again, the county and the city our RHNA numbers. Under this mandate, the city of Los Alamitos was assigned for the sixth cycle, 769 new housing units for 2021-29. So our fifth cycle, we just finished in 21, right? And again, we just started our sixth cycle. And again, and so I just want to do some comparison is in our fifth cycle, which is, again, just ended in 21, the city was allocated 61 housing units. For the sixth cycle, again, from 21 to 29, which is 8 years, we've been allocated 769, which is, oh, sorry about that. Right, so again, all right, we talked about that. Okay, so here we are. So that from 61 housing units to 769 represents a 1,160% increase over, again, the fifth cycle, which was the previous 8 years. This increase was made possible due to a number of factors, right? So increase in the population projection generated by the state's finance department, policy decisions made by the state HCD department, housing reform legislation that removed barriers to develop more housing, such as Senate Bill 9 and 10, and the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, also known as SB 330. So what is SB like 9 and 10? So SB 9 and 10, for instance, is what we determine as a lot split. So you could take a single-family home zoned in an SFR, single-family neighborhood. A homeowner can go ask for a lot split their lot in half, and on each lot can either build a 2-plex or a 4-plex on that. Okay, so again, this is something that the state has mandated and approved. Okay, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019 is it limits local control to adopt new subjective design standards. So again, they're trying to streamline, the process of bringing in new homes and again, losing local control from city government to do design standards and other standards that might slow down that type of stuff.
And Ron, if I can stop you right there, I just want to make a comment. We've talked to each one of our state and representatives with regards to these 3 housing bills in particular, and each of them voted against all of these elements being enacted in the first place. So I just think it's important for them to know that much like the city council has voted to oppose these items, all of our state representatives have also taken that heed and have voted against these as well. So I just wanted to make that clear for everyone in the audience.
Thank you.
All right, so what are steps that we're taking to combat the state RENA allocation? Since the release of the numbers that the HCD has given to Los Alamitos, we've been in the forefront or a party to every fight aimed at these to reduce or eliminate the RENA numbers. So this was actually one of the first things that I tackled when I came over to Development Services was appeal the allocated number to SCAG. Right, so we went to SCAG, went before them, submitted a report, and did a presentation to them to basically appeal the RENA numbers given to us to SCAG. We joined the majority of Orange County cities to oppose the certification of the methodology and final allocation. We supported several legal suits aimed at having the calculations overturned. We joined petitions for new legislation that would invalidate the current RENA process and force reallocation and recalculation of housing units. And of course, we secured the support of all the city state representatives in fighting any measures that would further erode local controls, just like Chet just mentioned. I think it is assumed that we went to SCAG and appealed the numbers, and we weren't victorious in that. So basically, they said the mandated state law has to apply the RENA numbers. So here's a snapshot of the RENA numbers of Orange County and some of our neighboring cities here. So Orange County during the RENA process was allocated a total of 183,861 units to develop or plan in our current 6th cycle, which is 8 years. And then out of those, approximately 183 or 184,000 units, it's broken up to, as you can see here, low-income housing, very low-income housing, moderate income, and above moderate. Los Alamitos numbers is right there. As you can see, it's 769. And again, it's broken up to very low income, 194, low income, which is 119, and moderate at 145, and above moderate at 311. But as you can see, there is our neighboring cities such as Cypress. They were allocated a total of 3,936 during the 6th cycle. Seal Beach was allocated 1,243. Garden Grove, which was allocated a little over 19,000 units. And then, of course, the unincorporated Orange County, because Rossmore is unincorporated, but all of Orange County was 10,406. I want to point out that Rossmore was allocated a number of, I believe it's 600.
671.
671.
Oh.
671. Okay.
And if I can jump in again, I think that the importance of this slide is really to illustrate that this is not just a Los Al problem. This is not just a Seal Beach problem. It's not just a Rossmore problem. This is state law really being applied at the local level and trying to erode what exactly the different neighborhoods that have been built here over the last 50 to 60 years. One of the things that is incredibly concerning is when you start looking at just a portion of, even within Orange County, Rossmore is a very small place, smaller just geographically than the city of Los Alamitos, and being allocated with 600 and some odd units there is, again, incredibly impactful to a neighborhood that's already been built out. One of the things that I will point out here too, though, is out of these cities, Cypress has had their housing element approved, along with 14 other cities within Orange County. The state is currently reviewing Orange County's submittal. And again, in speaking with most city managers, again, the fact that this is state law, they are moving towards an approval of their mandates as well. Ron?
So we're going to hone in on Los Alamitos' RENA number. Again, it's 769 that was given to us. Again, those are the numbers there for extremely low, which is 97, very low, again, 97, low income 119, moderate at 145, and above moderate at 311. So there's a question there, is what does it mean to be extremely low, very low, low, and moderate, etc. So here is a graph that who qualifies for affordable housing, okay? So again, the first one there is, again, our numbers, our RENA numbers, and then on the bottom is the Orange County income level. So we have to follow the Orange County level. We don't follow the states, or we don't follow the federal. We have to follow the Orange County income level. And so as you can see there, that if you're a one-person and you make less than $47,450, you're considered very low income, all right? $47,451 to $75,900, you're low income. And again, you could stay there from $75,901 to $100,050, you're considered moderate. And anything above $1,051 is above moderate, okay? There's, again, example of a two-person, a three-person, and a four-person. So a lot of times in a neighborhood or a community like Los Alamitos, we have families in our community. So again, a four-person, I want to highlight there that if you have a combined income in that household of less than $67,750, you're considered very low income. If you are, again, combined income of 100 and, what is that number? 8,400, you're low income. Moderate income is up to 142,900. Okay, so that, if you really think about it, that's kind of alarming, because who falls in these categories? A lot of people fall in these categories.
Hey,
all right?
Ron, just for clarification, real quick, low income and very low income does not mean it's Section 8 housing, correct? This is not government-run
Not necessarily,
housing.
no.
Okay.
No, yes. Okay.
Right now, it is not.
Okay.
Can I just say something? One of the earlier meetings, Les Johnson did admit that a number of that.
Fran, can we wait until we have the time for everybody to come up and share, just in the interest of moving this along? But I definitely want to hear what you're saying, okay?
Okay. So again, there's a lot of people that, you wouldn't really consider that is maybe, down on the affordable scale. But that's, we want to highlight that. It could be some school teachers, that could be seniors, librarians, some police officers per se. I'm not going to go over it. There's a list there, pharmacy technician, military, first responders. So a lot of people can fall under this affordability scale. So next process, I want to go over the timeline and process for developing the housing element here in Los Alamitos. All right, this is specific to Los Alamitos. Okay. So we started in our journey here in late 2020. Again, one of the first things that I did when I came over here was to go and we were awarded the number, and again, we went through the whole appeal process with SCAG. So the team established objectives, and these objectives included wherever possible, we trying to divvy up the RENA numbers, substantially change the city's policy framework. We will try our very best to maintain the city's overall look and feel. Okay, we all know that Los Alamos is considered a small town, and everyone loved the small town feel where everyone knows everybody. So we wanted to keep that overall look and feel. Another objective here was wherever possible, we attempt to avoid rezoning that would displace current residents or businesses. Third one here is to extent possible, look for development opportunities where the addition of units may serve as a catalyst for future commercial and economic development growth. Look to spread required units throughout the city. We want to avoid the single solution site while maintaining development balance. okay? And then wherever possible, we want to promote accessory dwelling units, which is ADU, and junior accessory dwelling units, JADU, okay? So those were our objectives. So this is a map that when we first started, okay, these were some of the sites that we identified there, right? And so the one that I really want to highlight here and just point out, and I'll explain why in a second here, is this one here that looks like it's on that red dot in the blue. Oh, it's not going. It's what's on the Joint Forces Training Base, right? So these were the sites that the team identified and started to ask questions with the work of, with the help of Terra Nova, our consultants. I know this as fact that we, as a city in Los Alamitos, we're built out. We only have 0.01% open land available. Again, this is not counting the base. This is counting the city of Los Alamitos, right? And so this was our first pass, okay? And so we sent it to HCD, and they sent back for revisions, and HCD asked the team here in Los Alamitos.
Ron,
yes.
Just before you go on, can you go back to that slide before, just because I think it's important to point this out. So I want to draw attention very briefly to the outlined boxes in red, and then just where exactly all of those red dots are. And this, I think, is a credit to staff in trying to actually enact those goals and those tenets that was actually originally brought up. Was there's a tendency whenever you have to do a housing element for staff to try to basically push off all development into corners of cities so that it only impacts neighboring cities. You can see by the work that the staff did, they tried to actually put it smack dab in this middle of the city because it met some of the tenets with regards to potential future growth in the city, trying to use it as a catalyst for development of commercial spaces. So whereas if you were to look at a similar map for other cities, you might see one or two dots. Obviously, you can see here that the staff actually took into account the entire city and all the different development opportunities that were there. Go ahead, Ron, I'm sorry.
Okay. So again, we sent that first map you saw there to HCD, and then they sent it back and asked the team to review the arena regulations as well as direction and comments that they provided for us, significantly reducing the numbers of sites acceptable to the state. One of the things that they asked us is that we have to provide a realistic and demonstrate potential redevelopment during planning period. So that means that a site has to have a potential to actually go and be built for housing. Remove governmental and non-governmental constraints in the maintenance, improvement, and development of housing, including housing for all income level and housing for persons with disabilities. They asked us to not use sites identified in our earlier housing elements, which again was the 5th cycle. Again, that reduced the number of sites, that significantly reducing the number of sites that was acceptable to the state during this period. The military base could not be subtracted from our city size calculation and could not be used for arena sites. They said we couldn't use the military base. Removal of potential sites where property owners asked their properties not to be included or considered. We had to remove sites, so we had to have sites that had to be feasible, again, to be developed during the 6th cycle. And then we had to remove sites that had underlying documents such as leases or landholds that would, again, prohibit the property from being developed within the current RENA cycle. So after all that, we came up with this, all right? And so this is the last map that we sent up to HCD that they looked at. We provided supporting documentation that they asked for, and they approved tentatively the inventory site. And again, during this process, we sent out certified mail to the property owners to sit there and say and know them that your site will be on our RENA inventory list, and we did not have anybody object to that. Okay, so again, this is we would send it up to the state, and we approve, and they tentatively approve the inventory site.
You're wrong. We were not notified on our property.
Okay, so we're going to have a time to share. Right now, we're just getting a report.
Okay.
Okay?
So again, state revised and approved inventory site. Here it is right here. We have 2 slides because the tables are quite extensive. I believe there's 11 sites total. I want to highlight that a lot of the sites are small in acreage, as you can see. We have number 1 there's 0.85. Number 2D is 0.17, but I want to highlight that there are some that are quite large, like number 6, which is 12.4. Laurel Park is 2.4. On the next slide here is we even had to put in our own city hall parking area, which is 3.2. Site inventory number 9 is 5 acres. Okay, so all these sites are large, and so the larger the sites, the more houses you could put on there. Another thing I want to point out here is that all the sites are R4, right? So again, the top 4, it says 1, 2A, 2B, 2C, all the way down to 4B is technically in our town center. So there are R4 with a density of 60. Again, if you look down here, most of them are R4. We only have one site that is an R3, and that's site number 6, which is the Lamson Avenue site. Okay, during this entire process, we tried our very best to notice the community. We put this on our website. We've held a lot of, we did some Facebook posting. We had some workshops. We had some Zoom meetings. We put ads in the newspaper. We did citywide mailers. We, again, started this process in, I'm going to look at my notes here, in basically in 2021, and we were pretty consistent in terms of, again, putting stuff in the newspaper, Facebook posts, mass mailing, again, city website, advertisement in the paper. So we've been pretty consistent trying to get the word out to the best of our ability.
Mayor?
Yep.
If I could intervene, please. As the mayor has articulated already, there will be a time for public comment during staff report time. I would courteously ask you just to allow the speaker to have the opportunity to speak and make his presentation. If it gets to the point where we have so much noise that we're not allowed to hear what presentation is being given, we'll have no choice but to recess the meeting, which will cause further delay. The courtesy that we're asking you to extend to our staff right now and to our council members is the same courtesy that we will extend to you when it's your opportunity to speak. But again, I would just ask you all to be courteous and allow everyone to have an opportunity to present.
All right, so the next one here is consequences of failing to adopt a state-approved housing element. So first off, we would start with fines imposed by the state. If the city's out of compliance, it is subject to an escalating fine structure that can reach up to $100,000 per month. The state disqualifies the city from receiving funding, so the city would no longer be eligible for a variety of state funds. The state can mandate compliance. The court can issue an order for requiring a city to bring the housing element into compliance with state law. State moratorium on all permits. Again, issuing a moratorium on all permits in city until the housing element is certified by law. So that basically means that we cannot grant out permits for any build of any kind within the city until we adopt this housing element. Suspension of local land use power. Again, if the city does not adopt a state-approved housing element, the city will be required to approve high-density housing project set aside for either 20% lower income or 100% middle income resident on sites where multifamily housing is not otherwise allowed under the city general plan or zoning code. This is also known as the builder's remedy. This would suspend the city's authority over land use decision, including the ability to regulate density or numbers of units per project, building heights, aesthetic standards, installation of needed traffic controls, sound or light mitigation standards, and open space or park land requirements. Suspension of local land use powers. Developers have already in Southern California begun the use of this tactics to get higher density project approval without having going through the local planning process. A couple that has been recently in the news is the developer Leonard defies La Habra Measures X and files a builder remedy application. The home builder plans to build 530 homes on a hillside golf course in La Habra, and basically they're bypassing city review because of the La Habra's failure to adopt the state-approved housing plan. Another project that comes to mind is developers proposed 576 homes in the city of Orange. Again, residents conceded their city can do little to stop two builders' remedy project that violate zoning. because it has yet to adopt the state-approved housing plan. So that one actually was the first one that came into Orange County. State suspension of local land use. Again, like we stated, that in addition to La Habra and Orange, developers have recently filed, as we know of as a staff here, 20 other builder's remedy application in 5 Southern California cities. All told, these proposals call for development of 8,240 new homes. And out of 8,240, nearly 1,700 of them are affordable to low-income households, all of which will be processed without any local control. The city has no control over, again, design aspects, density, traffic control, sound attenuation, etc., because of the fact that they're using this builder's remedy because that specific city does not have a state-approved housing element. Okay? So that concludes our presentation. Well, again, we have a team here to answer council's questions.
I have a question. I understand from your presentation that there was communication and outreach done in 2021. What outreach or communication has been done since then? And especially in consideration 2021, as you know, we were coming out of COVID, so I'm assuming a lot of people were not really aware of the situation as they are now. So,
well, I could just read that. We went through our final draft process with our planning commission, which is a public hearing, and that started in August of 2022. So again, we went through the typical post at City Hall. We did a 1/8-page notice in an event news enterprise. We paid for a newspaper ad on September 14th in the news enterprise. We posted on the city's Facebook page on November 16th, November 28th. We again did another 1/8-page posting in the event news enterprise on November 30th. And at the same time, we coincide that with a posting at City Hall. In January of 11th of this year, 2023, we again posted a 1/8-page noticing the public of the council hearing, again, a council member, council meeting. And again, we just did it this past, week or week and a half on February of 8th. So we've gone through quite a bit in the last 6 months.
Did any of our community workshops have the number of people that are here today?
No.
We don't get the enterprise.
were there any other forms of communication that could have been used, like, I guess, sending it to residents of the community, such as pamphlets or?
So we send a citywide mailer to residents of Los Alamitos, all right? When we're talking about other jurisdiction, we have jurisdictional boundaries. We can't be sending out mailers to, like, residents of Cyprus, for instance. But we notified the entity, or we notified the municipality of them, that here is our housing element, here's our, we're going to go to a public hearing, et cetera. So we notify the municipality, but we don't go out there and, mail a citywide mailer to residents of other cities.
Oh, no, I'm not asking of residents of other cities. I was inquiring as to why there wasn't any mailers to residents within Los Alamitos going from, different homes.
Well, we've done that in the past. We've done mailers, we've done door hangers, we put it in our activities guide, which again goes to every household in Los Alamitos.
And when was the mailer completed?
Let's see here. So we did one on July 8th, which was letter to property owners. We did,
I'm sorry, can you also confirm the year?
2022. We did a mass mailing of March of 2022. We did a full city mailing in February of 2022. We did, again, this is where letters to agencies, organization, and interested parties in October of 21. And we did, again, when we first initially started our process, mass mailer to all Los Alamitos residents on August of 2021.
And do you know when the community actually started having any discussion about it, where they as you see now, the residents are quite aware of the situation. Was there any type of presence by the community during 2021 or 2022?
I think it's safe to say that the most people that were involved in any of our discussion were property owners, like large property owners. But no, we didn't have this type of feedback. I think the biggest feedback came specifically for a specific site. It wasn't specific for a housing element. It was because of the knowledge of a specific site.
And when did that occur? Because it seems like the increase in number of residents started like the end of 2022, which leads me to believe that a lot of the community wasn't aware of the situation.
So let's see. I believe the tenant of West Ed vacated that property end of last year of 2022. And so that site was sold several months beforehand. So I don't know, would you say like early summer? Yeah. Early summer of last year?
Okay. Are there more questions up here?
I have a question. This for Mr. Noda, based on the room that we have here today of residents and neighbors that are very interested in what we're voting for or against. Would you say it's reasonable? Would you say it's a reasonable statement that the city that there's room for improvement to do better with our community outreach
To neighboring cities?
to our Los Al residents?
So to Los Al residents, I think we do a good job. But to our neighboring residents, we could do better.
Councilmember, I'm going to take that one if you would allow me. Of course, I think we can always do better. I think that that's kind of one of the things that we're taking away from this process is that obviously I think that people felt like they weren't informed. I will say this, that in terms of the standard of the law, I do know that we have met that. I think that we can be better in terms of talking about what exactly the projects are that are coming forward. Now, I think what a main issue that we are facing here tonight is trying to separate two issues, one being the housing element and one being a potential development that may or may not happen on Lamson. I think that the vast majority of the questions, and I know that the city council has been able to hear them from the comments from the last meeting and then the meeting before that, is that there is a concern about what exactly that project will look like, what it will be like, what are the impacts going to be, and how exactly the city can go about mitigating those projects or mitigating those impacts. While I understand that the housing element is a precursor to that project, and I can understand that, it is a separate discussion and a separate process. One of the things that we have talked about internally is how exactly we make sure that we get out information about the projects that are actually being built, because obviously those are the things that are going to impact everyone's lives once sticks hit the ground. And so one of the things that we've talked about, city clerk has, I think, a copy of it, is basically a reverse notification email system that in the event that people are interested about hearing about projects that are being built in Los Alamitos, that we can actually send out email blasts to them directly on the topics that are going to be interested to them. And then also that we can go a step further in terms of what exactly the letter of the law is, and then what exactly maybe the spirit of the law is with regards to notifications and going out further. The reason I bring this up is because, again, separating these two issues I think is important, because the housing element is a state mandate. It's state law. It's something I think that Mr. Noda has done a good job of showing, is that while no one in Orange County wants this, it is something that we have there is a legal standard that we are trying to meet, and that's what staff has done, or put together a plan in order to meet that legal standard. When we get down to an actual project, having that standard in place allows for us to actually try to dictate to the developer what exactly those mitigation measures can be. And without that standard being in place, the city loses all ability to make those calls or to try to mitigate those issues. And I think that really what I'm hearing, or sitting through the comments being made from the public, is that they want to know how exactly we're going to ensure as a city that there's a process to try to mitigate what exactly those impacts might be on their neighborhood. Because the housing element in and of itself does not build housing. That is not the purpose of it. It's a practice and an exercise to show that you can do it. Whereas a project is, at its face, is to actually build something at the end of the day. And I think that that's really where the city can focus on more about getting more outreach, pulling more information in, and being able to say, yes, we understand these issues and this is the way that we're trying to mitigate it. But if I can just go back to that last slide, if we do not have a housing element, we lose our ability to actually try to hold developers' feet to the fire when it comes to those projects that they want to submit. Sorry, I know that's an incredibly long-winded answer, but the long and the short of it is that, yes, we can do better, and I think that the team has actually put some effort into trying to figure out ways to actually inform the public about different development projects that are coming forward.
I actually have a follow-up question. In regards to the State Housing Element Law Article 10.6, which was listed in the presentation, it indicated that you have to provide a realistic and demonstrated potential for redevelopment during planning period. What exactly does that mean?
So it's actually, and if we went back to that slide that showed all of the different housing sites that we looked at throughout the city, one of the issues that we ran into very early on was that a number of our larger properties in town have long-term leaseholds in place, meaning that the property has a contract that says that it's going to remain a office building, or it's going to remain a deli, or it's going to remain a manufacturing site, and it's going to remain that way for over 10 years. And since this housing cycle is 8 years, you have to demonstrate that that property can turn over into housing within that cycle. So we were put into a position where a number of these sites that we wanted to use, and I'll give you an example of one being the Arrowhead site that's along Catella. Perfect opportunity for higher density development along a major corridor away from residential. That would be a site that we naturally would gravitate towards. The property owner made it very clear that A, they were not interested in looking at their site being changed over to housing, and also they had a leasehold in place that took them past the RENA cycle. So the state made it very clear that we could not use that property as one of our inventory sites. And the problem, again, being with that is, as you start to lose those sites, your options become less and less and less and less. And going back to the tenets of how we actually developed this in the first place, we really tried to stay away from what a lot of cities call home run sites, where you take one site that's far away from everything and you just put all of the housing on that one site. And that is something that, as a staff and council, it became clear that that was not a direction that we were going to go in the development of our housing plan. We wanted to make sure that we knew that we were not going to make everybody happy. I know none of you are happy. That has been made clear to me. But this is something that we tried to do and spread out that issue across various sites throughout the city. And I mean, frankly, the lion's share of the housing is being allocated smack dab in the middle of our city, as opposed to impacting the other neighborhoods.
One more question. And what is the deadline for the housing element to be provided?
So I'll ask the city attorney to follow up with me on some dates in this, but the short answer is we are past that deadline. We did submit all of our paperwork on time to the state. The last submittal, I believe, was on the 15th of October. Is that correct? And we did make that deadline. The council graciously approved it and was set up to the site. The state turned around and said, we have additional changes that we would like you to make to that plan. We have since did that. We have also worked with the auditor that would be looking at our housing element, and they have reported back to us that if it is submitted as we have presented it tonight, that it would be approved. Again, the issue in there lies the speed in which we can actually get an element up to the state, have them approve it, so that we can remove the danger of a builder's remedy submittal happening.
So only because you mentioned my hot displeasure, I will just share with y'all why. It's two reasons mainly. The first is, since I've been in the mayor's seat, right, I take that responsibility very seriously. I have been talking to everybody that I can get my hands on to find out what can we do. Because Chet is a good egg, but he would never tell me, no, Tanya, you can't do that. He would say, I agree with you. I hear what you're saying. You are not wrong. Until I started sitting in rooms and on calls with people who made it abundantly clear that there is no one in our hierarchy that will get this changed for us. It's not, they are not interested. We can't vote for it because it comes from the governor down, and he's not changing it. And I've talked to everybody. So many people know my little name now. They do not care. Number one. And my second one, the first one upset me, so I don't remember what it was. But, oh, that's what it was. Thank you, Lord. Bottom line, I don't want to lose the rest of our local control. I don't want them to be able to come and tell me, you know what, y'all only had to build 769, but since you're dragging your feet and you're trying to find your loophole, which I just told y'all is not there. I looked, I promise you. Chat with me offline and I'll tell you some of the people that I've spoken to, and I'll give you some of the notes on it. Builder's remedy, look it up. It is La Habra, that hurts my heart. They're losing their golf course, and there's nothing that they can do about it. They can't have a meeting. You can't show up and say anything to them because they didn't approve their numbers, which is all we're being asked to do. We're not asked to approve a site. We're asked to acknowledge receipt of a certain number. That's it. Like, that is as simple as, because I need it to be simple, right? I come from simple. The simple, long and short, here's your number. I confirm receipt of your number. And then we get some control back as to what we do with our number. If we do not approve our number, they come in and say, thank you. I'm gonna build whatever the hell I want. And I'm just not a fan of that. So if you were wondering, why is Tanya upset? That's why Tanya's upset. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to share? Because I'm a hush, because I want to hear what y'all got, but I need you, I hope, that was my heart talking. I hope that you hear my heart talking to you. So when you come and you share, I'll listen to your heart. But please know, none of us, it was like, hell yeah, build almost 800 units, none of us. What we are is, no, state, you ain't gonna tell me to do not a doggone thing else. That's where I'm at. Anybody else have anything that they would like to? Most folks don't like to talk after me, now you know why. But is there anything else? Yeah, but I know you feeling froggy. What else you got?
I do have a question.
Murphy, go.
What are the ramifications, because I have received several emails from residents and community members, what are the ramifications if we were to honor and have a continuance of 90 days?
So again, and I'll let the city attorney jump in when I go off course here, but a continuance of 90 days in and of itself does not change a whole lot. It's really the housing element that the state has tentatively approved will still be here 90 days from now. Education could happen during that time, which we can also do as well. We can get out and talk about these things. But the risk that I see, and again, that's part of my job, is risk mitigation, is that, Mr. Attorney, and I'm going to ask it just as plainly as I can. If a developer shows up tomorrow with a complete application that satisfies the 20% set aside or the 100% median, I'm sorry, it was moderate, I believe. If they submit a complete application, does the city have to approve it?
Because the city does not have an approved certified housing element, we're out of compliance with state law as of this moment. And the consequence of that is, if somebody were to submit a development application to the city would not be able to legally disprove it on the grounds that it conflicts with our zoning or our general plan policies or standards. Meaning, a multi-family high-density project, for example, could go into a zone where that type of use is not otherwise permitted at those densities, at those heights, at those setbacks, and the city would not be able to say no to that project based on those consideration points.
So basically what you're saying is our shoe city, if we wanted to, they can actually build a high rise right there right in the middle of our city due to the builder's remedy.
Yes.
Okay, just want to clarify.
And I think that that's, again, it's an important element. I think that I'd just like to kind of reiterate is that the housing element is not about one project. It is about the city as a whole. And being a small city, we have a limited number of sales tax producers in town. And property values, the way that they are going, they dictate that housing is probably going to be the development of choice going forward, at least for the foreseeable future. And we have struck a very careful balance here between what we have in terms of residential and what we have in terms of commercial, what we have in terms of industrial, and providing an extra 90 days for someone to come in and change that without the city council having a say is concerning to me.
And city manager, just to clarify things, the state would have absolutely no problem in approving 700 homes on Lamson, correct?
It would fall in line with their stated goals.
So the question is, should we chance it?
That largely, it does fall into that category of it is a risk question at the end of the day. Do you believe that there are people out there that will take advantage of remedies? And also, when it comes to the other financial obligations, or more aptly, the fines that come from the state, when exactly the state will start to choose to impose those fines? Yes. So you are absolutely correct.
And keep in mind that in the La Habra project with the Westfield Golf Course, the city council denied that application in 2020 for 530 homes. Developer wanted to do it anyway. They found the state remedy loophole. Now they're building more than 530 homes, and the city can't do anything about it other than sit on the sidelines and watch it being overdeveloped more than what they already declined to allow in the city.
It might be helpful if the council will allow me, if I can talk just about what exactly an approval process looks like with regards to the city. If a project was submitted to us, I can have our planner, Tom Oliver, quickly run through that. It'll take about a minute. But I think what it will do is highlight what exactly the controls or the points in which the city would have some say on what a development looks like, as opposed to something that was processed through the developer remedy. And I think that might paint a good picture for everybody here tonight.
Okay. Much information, I'm all for it.
Tom?
This is a very long process. I don't know if I can hone it down to anything small, but they submit an application. We determine whether or not that application is complete or not. Usually it's not. And we write them, the developer, a letter explaining what they need to do and what we do, what we like or don't like about their project. And then they resubmit until they have a complete application. Then we write a department circular, which goes to all the departments around here, the water, power, the Joint Forces Training Base, all these things. And so we distribute that, and we also put it, let the city council know about it, that it's something coming up. Then we write a complete or incomplete letter, and they have the right to say to complete anything else that we request by looking at their application, what they should submit. Then we do an initial study for CEQA. We see whether or not it meets any of the types of environmental factors that need to be fixed. And we determine that there may be something, and then we have specialists study those different things, and then we have the developer submit reports to us. These reports are very giant. They have water, traffic, safety, all these different things that they have to explain to us. And then we submit that to a CEQA consultant, and that CEQA consultant lets us, begins a study to create what's called either an infill project categorical exemption if we find nothing is wrong with that site, or an EIR. And an EIR is usually what happens on big sites. And would you like me to go on?
Yes.
So I think what Tom is trying to say, and again, Tom, I'm sorry for putting you on the spot.
Yes.
The long and short of it is that the planning process is a long and arduous one that allows for both the planning commission to make stipulations to developers about heights of buildings, the way that they look, where entrances are, where playgrounds go, where parking can go. Obviously, those items are a little bit more controlled when it's an affordable housing project, especially because the state is going to dictate those kind of, at least the parking standards. But what it does do is allows the community to actually take into account certain aspects of a site that the state would not. Tom, just want to make sure that I'm clear in the thinking of this is once a project is submitted and deemed complete, a typical housing site, which let's just take something that's about 10 acres in size, am I correct in assuming that it would take about 16 months to about 30 months for a process to get to a final approval of the city council?
For it, yeah, for a large project, yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
I guess the reason for bringing this up is that any singular project that is going to come out of the housing element or is catalyst by the housing element is not a decision that's going to be made today and is not going to be made in the near future. It's something that will have to go through a number of different studies. There will be a number of different places for there to be public input. And I think the crux of it, and I know this is one of the frustrations that I've heard from the crowd, is what are you going to do in order to mitigate traffic? What are you going to do in order to mitigate speed? What are you going to do about the parking? The problem is that I can't answer any of those questions because we don't have a fully submitted project at the moment. So I have to get to a point where we can actually have a project be fully submitted, have an environmental study done so that we can actually review the project and actually make a determination and a recommendation to first the planning commission and then the city council before any permission to build is actually made. And again, that is again trying to highlight the difference between these two very different elements, or I'm sorry, element's a bad word given that it's a housing element, but these two very different decision trees that have to be made. Again, I know that was the most long-winded answer to a short question, so I.
I didn't hear it. What?
Yeah. I have to be called on though to talk.
Fran, do I have your speaker card?
Yeah.
Okay, you hold that, because you're throwing me off, Fran. I just got my pressure back down.
I enjoy listening to what you say.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think I have what should be a quick question, and if you go too long, I'm gonna have to start cutting you off. So you gave me the 12-minute, Mr. Oliver, how a project goes through. How quickly does a builder's remedy go through?
Again, I'll ask the city attorney to weigh in, but my understanding is that as long as the building that is proposed is complete and it follows all building codes, not discretionary codes that are applied by the council, but everything that's within the green book, that it's approved almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the bottom line with it is the process would not provide for any opportunity whatsoever for the city to deny it. So even if you were to put one of those projects through a design review type entitlement process, it's somewhat of a foregone conclusion of where that ends up.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up question. So I understand under the builder's remedy, they have to have a minimum of affordable housing. But because of the builder's remedy, they can actually have much higher for affordable housing, low, is that correct? So they can make that decision on their own and bypass the city council.
That is correct.
What's our application fee?
For a, I'm sorry, we'll have a number of different fees for a housing project.
Mr. Oliver just shared, some of the process. So in order for a builder to submit their application, what's the application fee?
Approximately $5,000.
Can we significantly increase that?
We can only increase a certain amount each year.
So if I can answer that question, just because I think it's relevant, or it's very relevant given what we're currently undertaking with the city. We've recently have redone a lot of the ways that we do business internally, given a lot of the movement around. With regards to a fee, you can only charge the cost that it takes for you to actually provide the service. And so we're actually in the middle of reviewing all of our fees across the board because we've changed the way that we actually deliver the service at the end of the day. So the short answer is no, we can increase it to get above what exactly it costs us to provide the service at the end of the day.
In other words, we can't profit from the application fee.
That is correct. Now, that being said, going down the road of a development agreement and going down the road of how these processes sometimes work out, there are sometimes developers will ask things of the city, and the city can actually push back and say, hey, we would like you to do X, Y, and Z in order for us to grant this approval. So these are all things that happen during the course of different development discussions.
Thank you. Anybody else got, you got some more? Go for it.
How many less than favorable relationships does the city currently have with builders? Who's on deck to come and provide a builder's remedy to us?
How do you know that?
It's a good question. I would say that the vast majority of the developers that we know we have a fairly good relationship with. I think our staff is known as a group that's fairly easy to work with at the end of the day. But I would caution that we don't know, simply from the standpoint that developers, obviously at the end of the day, their goal is to make money. That's their job, and I think we all appreciate that. And if I was given a pathway of no resistance versus some resistance, I would probably choose the pathway of no resistance. Just strictly from a business standpoint.
Anybody got any other questions, feedback before?
Do that, come back to us.
Give me all of the blue slips.
And then we can come back.
Oh, okay. Well, Councilmember Hasselbrink made a great point. We can open the public part and then come back for more council discourse. Yeah.
After public comments, yes.
Yeah, okay. Is that at my pleasure?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Did any of you three have anything else wanted to share?
No, ma'am.
Gray suit, forgive me, I don't remember your name. Do you have anything you wanted to
Thank you,
call?
Madam Mayor. Just answering one of the questions that came up, what the actual due date was. It's October 15, 2021.
I'm sorry. What? You say it. What?
The SCAG due date for housing elements was October 15, 2021.
My question was what was the deadline?
Sure.
My question was, what was the deadline to submit a housing element? So he
Okay.
provided the exact date because he had indicated that we were already past the deadline. So he just provided further information, clarifying an actual date that we are past.
And your name, because I can't call you.
My
Gray Suit.
name is Andy Puri. I'm a planning consultant with Charles Abbott and Associates.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sir, thank you for that clarification because look how long we've made it.
Good bird. Okay.
No, I'm serious. It was due October 15th, 2021.
We still standing. All right. Anybody else up here before I open it up for public comment? Are we? Because we'll come back up here after public comment. You good now?
No.
All right. Okay. Now, I don't have phonetic spellings on here, so if I say your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me, okay? I have, last name is Reingold. Last name's Reingold? Okay. What's your first name? Ilya. All right, come on down. And then if we could keep it to 3 minutes, I've got a lot
I'll
of
be
friends
brief.
tonight.
I've been living in Seal Beach for 25 years. My house backs out to Lamson. I cannot tell you how many accidents and speed tickets has been given on that street, because we had fatalities where people ended up in backyards. A lot of a lot of injuries. Every night there is some races going on Lamson. I got tickets there too, but it's a speed trap. We're primarily here residents of Seal Beach that kind of, Ron was saying that he notified Cypress and whatever, but Seal Beach is the one that gets affected. I didn't hear you saying that you notified anybody in Seal Beach when you first came out. So we're the most affected, and we're kind of not represented here. So it's, if it would be Seal Beach Council, yeah, we can influence it. We cannot influence your decision, but you hope you're going to be fair to Seal Beach, and we've been good neighbors so far. Our kids go to Los Alamitos schools. We want them to be in the same level as they are been performing. How many of our kids went all over the world, and they're famous and well known. I'm afraid that we, excuse me, with putting all this, the number of people, or 700, it's going to impact our schools drastically, and we're going to lose that advantage that we had all these years. This is what I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christine? Last name is it you? Are you the Christine? Okay, I'm not gonna mess your last name up,
That's
Christine.
okay. It's Arfwedson.
Arfwed-
I live in Parkwood, which makes the Lamson project my side neighbor, right next door. Before I make a comment, Mr. Noda, could I ask you, I'm confused. I listened to all the presentation about if you don't submit the housing element and it takes away the control. Am I mistaken that if you all approve the R3 zoning, which I think is an item on tonight for the Lamson project, if you approve it, then you are basically saying the developer is free to do whatever they want? Is that a misunderstanding? What actually does it mean when you approve the zoning that the Planning Commission recommended? What does that do to your power with the state or the developer? Does it change anything?
So in tonight's housing element, the site you're specifically talking about is the Lamson site, which is in the housing element as an R3. If it is approved, we have local control to keep it at an R3, which is a density, which is aesthetic standards, building standard, etc. If we do not have a adopted housing element, then we don't have local control. So therefore, again, according to the builder's remedy, a developer could come in and do a R4, which is density of up to 60.
I get that you need to submit it, but I guess I'm asking, and I think a lot of us here don't quite get the process, and Mr. Oliver, you were trying to go through the process, but if you have control over what the developer submits, no matter what the zoning is, it's R3 or whatever, can you tell the developer they have to reduce the density?
So
That's the
again,
question.
it's leveled at an R3.
Right.
Okay, and then the R3 zone has a range.
Right.
Correct? So to answer your question really quick, yes, we can, within that range, okay? But again, the second part of that is we have a housing element, and so we have a number affixed to that site. So again, let's just, I can't remember the number, but I'm just using roundabout numbers. Let's say at that R3, it's 200. They come back and say, and the arena, our housing element says 200. If they come back and say 150, then we as a team or a staff of in the city will have to go find an additional 50 units somewhere else in the city.
Okay, I understand. Okay. So my comment is that I think I understand what you're saying. I live in Parkwood. It's 12 acres. It's exactly the same size as the Lamson project. We have 102 units, and we have enough parking, and we have common area, which obviously the Lamson project that's submitted doesn't. That's one thing. I think my real consideration is I'm not against housing there. I know we need it, that's fine, but this project is not safe when you can't turn left out of the project and go eastbound. And my concern is children going to Heather Park on their little bikes and their scooters and their e-bikes, which they ride like hornets. Their path from their project to Heather Road is completely blind from westbound traffic on Lamson. And I want to tell you, I use Lamson every single day, and I see people floor it when there's a yellow light and a red light. And I think, okay, people come up and they make a left turn. And they're not looking for kids. They're watching for traffic and maybe people turning right.
So
And here's the
Fran,
little kids.
I can tell you that traffic is definitely always a consideration in any project. I gave you a little more time because we gave Ron some of your time.
I know, that is not really a comment. The thing is, if the developers don't have control over that land, it's a blind entrance to go over to Heather Park. It's a nightmare. Kids look for a green light.
Okay.
That's all. They look for a green light. They don't know the rules of the road. And it's scary to think of the traffic nightmare that will set up.
Thank you for sharing, Miss Christine.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Thank you for your work you've done on our behalf. It's obvious you're trying to get something better for the city.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Helen, no last name. Helen is here? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to speak on the two things, so I'll make this kind of quick. Just backing up, there was the question on was that low income, what all did that mean? On one of the very first meetings with Les Johnson, the question was asked, is there any government subsidizing for this, for these people? And he says yes. There's $25,000. Whether that's a year that goes to each of them or not, that I don't know. And then the other thing is, question, Mr. Noda, thank you for the slides, but why didn't we see this earlier? We've been into this like 6 months. That would have helped a lot of people. But so that was helpful, thank you. And I met with Mr. Noda and Mr. Oliver. They were very helpful with information. So that's that one other way. So this one now is for the project. So we have a heavy evening here. We have a high-density, affordable housing situation on our hands that is extremely complex. It's quite puzzling, and at the same time, hundreds of our residents are just now hearing about it. So if you guys are saying that, yes, you put out to publicize these meetings to LaSalle, why are so many of them raising their hands saying, we never heard? How small were these notices? etc. So definitely some work needs to be done on that, but too many people are not aware of it. At the same time, we're all questioning the reason for the lack of transparency and the rush to put the cart before the horse when so many key items have not even been addressed. Let me just name a few. Infrastructure. Who's going to be hit with the large bill? Apparently not the developers. Who's going to handle the development of the water piping, the sewer, and other things? Doesn't come cheap. Noise studies. I will contest or question what was mentioned earlier. My understanding is that the wrong noise study was done. I have a good source that says that possibly you guys used the 2020 noise study, in which the noise level was rated at 65%. In that study, it says that was highly, strongly recommended not to build any residential close to that base. I'd love to see the documents for the 2022 study. Is there a way I could get that?
Send it to your husband.
Okay, thank you. We'll understand that even better. Okay, another item. The government has openly admitted their high-density, affordable living plan is flawed. They agree that there's a lack of public transparency, and they agree that the methodology and how they calculated the units per city is flawed. They have until December 23 to come up with a solution and to review it. Why are we rushing all this when everything's not even concrete yet? The government doesn't even have it correct yet. Number 4, the environmental impact study has not yet even come back to us when we provided questions and concerns months ago. And yet, it's like we're putting the cart before the horse. Let's get this done, but wait, our answers aren't answered yet.
Okay.
Number 5.
Okay, Fran, number 5 will be the last one, okay?
Oh, just 2 more, really quick.
Fran, you see all the other friends? I got a lot of friends tonight. I'll give you one more.
Okay. What we ask is a 90-day continuance. If you can pause this, and then there's a time of crisis like we're in now, one's true character comes to play, their true colors. Let's do the right thing. Let's give us time to all learn more. Let's have some workshops. Let's not rush into it. Okay, it is your constituents, it is your residents, it's your neighbors. We're concerned. There's a fear factor that's being put out here by what they're saying on the mandate. We do have time. A majority of the cities, you guys have put in your elements, you have put in your amendments. You're not up for a fine. It's those that have not even put anything in.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Helen.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I can read your address better than I can your name, but it's Vera at Garden Grove. Do I have that person here? You live on Vera Circle in Garden Grove? No, they gone? Once, twice? Okay, okay. Barbara Farrell. Is Barbara here? Yes. I thought I saw her. Okay. Come on down, Miss Barbara. Well, do what you got to do, Miss Barbara. And I hope you guys understand, I'm trying to hear everybody, but I'm trying to hear everybody. So we're going to keep it as close to that 3 minutes as possible, okay? All right.
Well, I'll be short. My name is Barbara Farrell. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Toby and our City Council. I want to thank Tom Oliver and Mr. Simmons for his very knowledgeable reports. I live in an apartment, and I noticed that caretakers and caregivers in our area have to live in LA or someone otherwise cheaper in places that I don't consider housing. If you're renting a room from someone, or you're in their unauthorized garage. And I would like to see, I actually looked for senior housing, and I had to go to get on a 5-year waiting list in Fountain Valley. So I'm fortunate in the apartment that I have. I also lived in New York, and my brothers were police officers and when the towers fell, a lot of the police officers and firemen who were not on duty lived in the outer boroughs and couldn't get to the towers. So I want to say that affordable housing makes it safer for us because we can have police officers and young people working on their careers living next door. And I don't believe in overcrowding, and I know a lot of people here have their own property and are used to a certain amount of space and control. But the truth is, as we have discussed, this is not an option. The main thing is to find the best mitigated way and do all the background that you have to do, which is traffic and sewer and all lighting and all the extra stuff that you'll have to do. And I appreciate the work, the hard work that you've done. I've gone through different kinds of situations in San Francisco. And believe me, the planning process here is much better. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. All right, Laura Tanner. Laura Tanner? Once, twice?
No, she's coming.
Oh, you gotta wave. Let me know, friend.
120.
Hello. I had other notes, but after listening to everything, I'm just going to go with some of the things I thought of. Thank you. I can see your passion, Mayor Doby, about fixing this. I'm Laura Tanner. I live in Rossmore. When you said there's going to be 605 units added to Rossmore in a housing development that has 2,500 single-family homes, I don't think the Rossmore people know that. There was a meeting last week. I think there was like maybe 200 people that attended that meeting. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of discussion that has to be made. The fact that you said maybe we could have another town hall or something, I think we, the people, need to develop the town home that brings in the people from Seal Beach, the people from College Park East, the people from Los Alamitos, the people from Rossmore. And if we, the people, can develop that, could you guys agree to come to that if we plan it? And we can get information out in a way that we can have more of a dialogue. I love the fact that you guys have broken out of protocol tonight to answer questions, because it's really important, but I know that's not the norm. So I'm proposing or hoping that we can find a solution that is going to meet everybody's needs. When I keep hearing this thing, oh, we can't do it because it's a state, we can't do it. We, the people, are the people in charge. And we need to fight the state in doing things that take away our local control. Huntington Beach is fighting. Seal Beach can fight. Rossmore can fight. If we unify, because I believe we all want the same thing. We want what's best for the community, and we want to have control over where we live. We chose to live here. We worked really hard to be here, and we're not trying to keep people out, but we want something that works for everybody. So I would hope that we can get a place. Oh, and the other thing is, this meeting hall, as I said last time I was here, way too small. Los Alamitos High School has a huge auditorium. You guys have 5 schools in Los Alamitos School District that have auditoriums. We can find a meeting, we can find a venue, and I really hope that if we can do that, that we can invite you and you guys we can have more of an interaction and get some more answers together. Because I think I'm a teacher. They always say in every single meeting, there's a solution in the room. We have all the answer in the room, but we do have to get together to be able to fight this together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a speaker card for Beth. I can't make out the last name, starts with a C. Beth C. Still here? No? Early bedtime? Okay. Carol Churchill?
Thank you. I have a niece, and she frequently tells me somebody told her something. And my response is always, what people say doesn't carry any evidentiary weight. You want to see it in writing. So the people in the community have told me that they've heard from people that are elected here that the builder's remedy says such and such and so and so, and then there's this $10,000 fine rule. And they said, oh, that's the reason why we have to go forward. There's no sense in even showing up or making any comments because they've already made up their mind. And I said, let me pull out the law books and let me read what these rules are. Now, I'll start with the builder's remedy because I don't think it's as dangerous as what you think it is, and this is the reason. The Housing Accountability Act, HHA, limits the city from denying housing permits or reducing housing density. Local government has to rezone or it loses the power to disapprove of housing projects, including requiring a conditional use permit. LaSalle has eliminated CUPs for senior care centers in residential neighborhoods, according to the housing element that I read, and other certain permits, unless, and this has not been discussed here tonight, the city can show at least one of the 5 reasons. Here's the one that applies to LaSalle. Local government has met or exceeded its share of regional housing needs, RHNA, for the type of housing. LaSalle's housing element that was submitted to the state and which your city manager indicates is tentatively ready to be approved, provided you forward it on to them, meets those RHNA numbers. So your risk under the builder's remedy is really low. The second one is the $10,000 fine rule that the community is afraid. They say, oh, the council has to go forward because they're afraid they're going to get fined $10,000 a day. This fine, according to the government code, is only imposed by a court after an applicant for housing, that means like a housing group, points out that the city has refused to proceed with approving a development that complies with its housing element or zoning. You don't have a city refusing to apply, approving a development in the face of an applicant. And an applicant is not a developer. An applicant is like a nonprofit housing organization that goes to the city and says, why aren't you approving this housing? We need it for the people that we represent who require this type of housing. So I don't think the risks are as great as what you think they are during this 90-day period that the community is asking you to put on a forum and allow them to gather information and respond to the tasks that you have. I just have one point, and it's very simple. This is my housing element. As you can see, I read it, I tab, I take notes, and I write things to states. I write the governor, I write the Committee of Housing Development and Community, telling them what I think are inconsistencies between the housing element and the general plan, and I will continue to do that. I would like for you, council, to turn to page AB6 of this housing element, which sets forth your RHNA numbers as 769. If you look at that page, you will also see that the city is rezoning for 1,295 units. That's 526 more units than is required for RHNA. Okay? So that means that developers can come to the city and not only meet the RHNA numbers, they are given the opportunity to create high-density housing plus those bonuses in addition. And why is this relevant? Because that high density, not the affordable housing, the high density is what alters the character of your community. Mm-hmm. So I'm asking you to reconsider just zoning for your RHNA numbers and not in excess of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Brian Kibler.
Good evening. I'm Brian Kibler. You're winning the battle of attrition a little bit here, it looks like. First off, Mayor Dobai and city council members and staff, I really appreciate what you're doing. It's tough. I think a lot of people do understand the difficulty of what you guys are working on and how difficult it is, so I want to thank you for that. I want to especially thank Councilmember Murphy and Councilmember Hibbard, because you guys are asking questions. It sounds like you're standing up for us a little bit, and I appreciate that. So thank you. And like you, Mayor, I like it simple. We're asking for a 90-day continuance. The risk is low. No city has been fined yet. The developments that have been used to scare us have been in the works for years. And I think what you're going to get for that gamble, a very small risk, is you're going to get community buy-in. You're going to get, and you possibly will get a little bit better plan. Nobody is against more housing. Nobody's against low-income housing. Nobody's against any of this. But they want to feel like they're part of the process, that it's been fair, it's been transparent, and that they've been heard. And I can tell you right now, your community has not been heard. They have not been heard. So a 90-day continuance will give everybody a chance to kind of get educated, get up to speed, maybe come up with some ideas. You've heard some good ones tonight, and collaborate with your constituents and community over the next 90 days. I think it's doable. I think it's a win-win situation for everybody. And I'm just asking you to do that. Just continuous this for 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I've got, you ready? Okay. Kirk, last name starts with a D. Kirk D, you still here? Does anybody see anybody moving? No? Okay. Tom Almanzan? Almanzan? Tom, he left, okay. Cynthia Centeno? Cynthia? Yes. Okay.
Hi, I'm just going to read to you guys because if I try to say it on my own, I'll blow it. So, hi, my name is Cynthia Centeno. I have reviewed your proposals and find none of them acceptable for these communities involved. We need to address the housing, so what I'm going to recommend will bring honor and glory to our communities. I came to Los Alamitos in 1970. We lived in Navy housing off Farquhar Street. As most of you know, there is no longer housing there, but the sewer system, the water system, electricity, and the traffic allowance that was there is still available today. My suggestion is that we use that property to build homes for veterans and homeless veterans at affordable prices for them. I'm sure that the powers that allow the farmers to go into the government property are the same powers that would allow us to build housing for our veterans and our homeless veterans. This would fulfill our requirement for affordable housing and bring honor and glory to our communities by caring for our veterans and our homeless veterans. So please consider this proposal and honor our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Kaler?
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your input. It makes things a little bit more clear. Again, we haven't received all the information that was stated earlier that was sent out. Nevertheless, I hope this isn't a mute subject, but I did prepare a statement, so bear with me and my time. My name is Paul Kaler. I reside in Parkwood. I was taught at a young age to do well in school, work hard, and you'll be able to provide and take care of your family, along with being able to afford a nice home, and was always reminded that medical insurance was very high. My family has been a resident in the area since 1964. I graduated from Pine Junior High School in 1973, and from La Salle High School in 1975. Thanks to flexible scheduling, I was allowed to graduate a year early. I was driven and motivated. My first real paying job was working at McDonald's right down the street here when it first opened in 1973. One of my first goals in life was to join the Navy and see the world. However, I joined the Air Force and retired from the Air Force. After I retired from the Air Force, the company I worked for in Boston relocated me back to California. I chose to move back to Los Alamitos because of the small town feel, and I was familiar with the area. I rented an apartment on Howard Street. Needless to say, had it not been for the company I was working for, I probably would not have relocated back to California because it was still very expensive. Even back then, I had to pick up a part-time job in order to make ends meet. Again, I was taught that if you can't afford to live in a certain area, then you'll have to live where you can't afford it. There are a lot of open spaces in the Inland Empire. Why are we giving away prime real estate that all of us have worked so hard to live in? I understand Los Alamitos, the small town appeal, was predicated on large corporations not being allowed to take over Los Alamitos back in the day. Back then, only McDonald's and Jack in the Box were the only corporate entities. I will move on because I see the light flashing. Here, you are aware that over the past 2 years, over 500,000 people have left California. So who's going to be filling these spaces or these voids? As we all know, the judicial system has many issues. Jails have become revolving doors for most counties. May I continue?
Friend, I can give you 30 seconds.
Thank you. I have a unique perspective on this. I'm a director of facilities for the 9th largest multifamily housing company in the nation. We specialize in low-income housing. So I can tell you what's going to happen to Los Alamitos if you so wish me to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Michael G.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Michael Gatto. I'm homeowner, resident, neighbor. I have 4 children. I brought them to this very room, and they're not tonight, but at another meeting. You would have heard them by now. 8, 6, 4, and 2. They keep us busy. But I have, of course, their best interests in mind when I come before you this evening to just share my concerns about the Lamson project in particular, and the safety concerns, the traffic congestion, the air quality, environmental impacts, and so forth. But I do recognize that you have a difficult decision before you. But I think what is very clear tonight is that you have concerns from the community. And whether we were supposed to know about it long before now or not, we know about it now. And I implore you to just take a vote on continuing the conversation for the next 90 days so we can have more discussion, have time to research, and to be part of the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Smith.
Thank you, guys. I'm a resident of College Park East. Thanks for allowing me to speak again. I would love to ask each of you again to reject the housing element, or at least continue with the stay on voting for it. If voting happens to happen tonight, I ask that you guys keep in mind that to reduce that to an R2 specific to Lamson and have them rework the plans, because I know that there is a developer in the works there. My stance is and will continue to be focused on safety. As an administrator of a school, the safety of students and staff are paramount. An American psychologist by the name of Abraham Maslow created what's known as a hierarchy of needs, or what's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Within that hierarchy, at the foundation or basic level, is safety. It is my belief that if this project, or at least the size and scope of this project, is implemented, the safety of our community, specifically our children, will be adversely affected. Here's an example that just happened to me yesterday with my 3 kids. As I pulled up to Lamson on Heather Street to make a right to head east on Lamson, I was looking at the traffic heading east. As it was clear, I made a right turn. I had to immediately pump the brakes because a truck heading westbound made a quick U-turn at Heather so that they can reverse course and head east. This will be amplified by the housing project as there is no left turn on that, at least the left side of the housing units. Are you guys aware of the statistics the statistics on the effects of car accidents on adolescents? Up to 50% of car accidents involving children experience post-traumatic stress disorder. They often have travel anxiety, depression, with many morphing to generalized anxiety. It does not have to be a fatality to ruin the trajectory of a child, a person, or a family. The location, the lack of parking, the difficulties of ingress, egress will be, in my opinion, not be a matter of if a car accident will happen, it is merely when. You can take a stand right here, right now. If you have any doubt, please reject, reduce, or place a stay on the voting of the housing element. Thank you.
Okay.
First name is spelled A-M-I-N-E. A-M-I-N-E. No? Okie dokie. Mary, last name starts with an A. Okay.
That one's hard to pronounce. Thank you for letting me speak. I would like to make a comment that I live in College Park East. I was never notified about this housing element project. I'm not sure what the city here tried to do to notify us. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that at least people within a 5-mile radius should have received something in writing. I could be wrong, but we were not notified. And I believe my neighbors in College Park East were not notified. I'm just gonna make a few points. I have 4 kids as well. They go to school with his kids. So my kids play soccer with AYSO. They use Arbor Park. We use the parking lot. That's now gone. The parking lot that was at the West Ed building. I'm not sure what AYSO is going to do. That's one of the concerns, is that soccer is a big part of this community. I don't know where they're going to go, and we haven't been notified. The other issue as far as children are concerned is the schooling. I don't know how the school district is going to absorb that many students. If you figure almost 240 units are to be built at the West Ed building, at least 1 to 2, maybe 3 children per unit is going to be absorbed. That's an enormous amount of extra students that the school district is going to have to take on. I don't know where they're going to come up with the teachers for that, and if the caliber of the teachers is going to be the same. I actually spoke with some of the teachers at Hopkinson, and they were not even aware of this project, which makes me a little concerned that they're about to absorb close to 300 to 400 students, and they were not aware of that. So that's one issue. The other issue is safety, and I'm going to echo what everybody else here said. By training, I'm an emergency medicine physician. I actually trained at Martin Luther King Charles Drew Medical Center. I did my internship there. I lived at Watts for a year. Okay, I've seen trauma that I don't want to even tell you guys. I've lost children in my hands because of trauma. I've had to declare people dead because they couldn't get to my ER fast enough. I did almost 10 years at St. Mary Medical Center, which is a level 2 trauma. Los Alamitos Medical Center is not a trauma center. How is it going to absorb just regular patients that come through the door? Okay, when I worked through COVID, we had patients waiting outside in the waiting room. I couldn't get to them. I can't imagine what's going to happen when you have traffic accidents on that street in Lamson. They won't be able to get to Los Al Medical Center, number one. Number two, they're not a trauma center. They won't be able to absorb them. The closest trauma center here is Long Beach Memorial and St. Mary Medical Center. That's a long drive, and let me tell you, from a medical standpoint, you lose seconds, you lose an airway, and you lose a heartbeat. Okay, I had to tell an 18-year-old girl on her birthday that she was paralyzed. She was involved in a motor vehicle accident, paralyzed her on her birthday. You're going to have a lot more of those types of accidents if you get that much traffic on Lamson. I am really concerned about the safety of our community, and more specifically about our children. And just one last point to echo what the other parents have said. Our kids use that street all the time to ride bikes, to ride scooters. And as they were saying, that U-turn, which is illegal on Lamson, where Heather is going to be made, whether we plan for it or not. A lot of people are going to be injured.
And not only that, how are police officers and firefighters and our EMS going to get there? Okay, so these are things I would ask you to consider, and I would ask you to consider holding off for 90 days to do more homework and see how our community is going to be affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, Frank M. Frank Marchese? Marchese.
Yeah.
My speech is pretty quick. I really didn't have time to plan for this, so you know what I mean? But I've been hearing a lot of things here tonight, and I was in the real estate construction business with my father. We developed a lot of property, and I understand what this man's talking about with the reports and the impact reports. And everybody doesn't want to build anything because everybody likes the city the way it is because it's peaceful. I like this mayor because she's saying we got to get it done. She's got a great attitude. You're doing a great job. I love you. You're doing a good job. All you guys are doing a great job. You've had years to study all this. You come up with a good plan. You're going to have to try to meet this housing requirement, which nobody I don't think nobody really wants to build a lot and density and everything you're going to do. It's going to impact this community. This street is over way too many cars, the wheel count going up and down this thing, with all the stuff going on by the racetrack, buildings galore, a hotel, and they're going to pull the racetrack out in 1,500 homes or something like this, with all that other stuff going on. I think that you guys need to move forward with the plans you saw for the housing requirement. I think you should move forward with it. You've had enough time to study it. Another 90 days. You've already been studying it for years. I would just get on with it. You don't want to get fines and have all these problems. Or they just decide to come in and do what they want like they did in La Habra or some other city, then you have nothing to say about it. So you better do something and give it to that ding-a-ling governor. I think he's a ding-a-ling. So anyways, God bless all you people for what you're doing, and thank you.
Thank you, Frank. All right, so the last speaker card that I have is for Dan Brandt. Now, okay, hear me out now. Have I not been good? I'm trying. Oh, no. We don't have an accessible ladies' room?
Are you opened it? I've been running that. Oh, okay. I didn't know I was supposed to ask you.
Okay, so now everybody knows you got to ask Chelsea. Now, what I wanted to say before we had to have a bathroom interlude, although I have one more speaker card, if you want to share after Dan shares, that's cool. Please write your, is the paper still, Dan, is there a paper in front of you with people? Fantastic. Please just put your information down so that we can keep track. We do have newspapers that ask us, and we have to prove that we had folk come and share, okay? All right, Mr. Dan.
Okay. First of all, I provided council with some of the notices I got in the housing element that were sent out to the residents of Los Alamitos. Just wanted to comment real quick. I know, like, this is smaller, it's a postcard. I know if I'm not in planning or in city council, I'll have absolutely zero idea what this means, right? You have no idea. It just means a housing element. Also, the fact that, you know, laws have changed since we sent some of the stuff out and people got information. But a lot of people didn't really understand what was going on. That's kind of what we're going to talk about. And I'm going to have an ask, and then I'm going to give you a why. Okay, I'm asking that we vote to hold off 90 days for the housing element. And I understand there's some concerns with the Lamson project, but I'm going to be talking about that's one concern, but we're talking about the entirety of the housing element. And the why is, although the city did reach out to the residents of Los Alamitos, I can tell you I've been involved since November regarding just because the Lamson project, we started learning some stuff. I've talked to people in Los Alamitos, they have no idea, right? And I understand we've held workshops, maybe a couple people showed up. When state laws changed and things like that, that'd be the time to really get that word out and understand what the impact's gonna be. They wanna know why we're doing this and what's gonna happen, right? So what I'm asking is that also we provide the ability to have a community workshop so that people can understand. We have council members who have questions that are new here. We have a lot of people here that need to understand. And we think there's no rush There's still so many cities. There was an article the other day in the Bay Area, out of 109 cities and counties, 5 had adopted and been in compliance with the housing element. Out of 109, 5. So there's so much going on in the state that you guys are doing, it's a hard task. I get it. City council is a huge task. The city staff has a huge task. But the reality is you guys are doing it in good faith. However, the community hasn't been involved in the process, right? The residents have no idea what the impacts and the cumulative impacts, not just the Lamson project, but the stuff on Gattell and LaSalle Boulevard. We learned about the stuff at the Fish Company in that whole corner. We know about the stuff at Seal Beach. We got to talk about the cumulative stuff. And that's why we need 90 days to get that community input. And we need to figure out, is there other projects we can look at? Is there other things we can identify? We have 1,200 units plus units. We have 700 in the arena, 760. How do we make this plan with community input and get buy-in? Use the 90 days to figure out the geological study. It was brought up earlier about liquefaction, and that's not in the general plan. So we need to look at that. We need to look at some of the zoning. We talked about R3 at the Lamson project. Well, I know it's at the lower limit of R3, and it can go all the way up to the top if the developer wants to. So those numbers can change. The city housing elements, like we said, aren't consistent with some of the geological. The city's risk for financial pennies, we talked about the builder's remedy. Cities are going through this. It's not happening often. The gamble's real small. So, and we kind of brought that up later. So let's do it. Let's do the 90 days. Let's make sure that we get community input and that we all have buy-in on this. Let's see if there's more sites. And I saw the plans, and I appreciate it. I just think some of the stuff was saying the worst case scenario, but I think we have an ability to still work together. I know we have a project out there that's not actually a project, but we can work together and figure that out. So
thank you, Dan.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you. Please fill out my little paper.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
I'm John Lang, and I'm the president of Parkwoods HOA. But I just wanted to clarify something that Councilman Hibbert had mentioned about everything you guys are doing are great. I just want to let you know that we really appreciate your efforts. It's a Herculean task. The issue was the sound issue, and I guess I was in charge of auditing dealers at Toyota for 25 years, so I'm very suspicious of everything. So anyway, but I would look at the methodology for the sound, because we got F-16s flying over us at 1,000 feet, and you have to hold your ears in your house, and I have double pane windows. So I just wonder what their methodology was. Was it they did it at 2 a.m. in the morning or what? Because we've had numerous times, and we had helicopters going over our heads all the time. Michael, you can attest to this too. But I think you just need to look at that study, because I don't think it's clear the actual sound volumes, because we're talking 100 dB probably when the F-16s are flying over. So I just wanted to make you aware of that, because that was a question that was raised. But there's enough discussion on all the other issues. I think you've heard enough. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You making your move? Okay.
Candace DeWitt, Los Alamitos. I do like it when people tell where they're from, because I was involved in a lot of city council meetings and coming to lots of them, because I've lived here 34 years, haven't come in a few years, but people would shout out in the crowd, "Where are you from?" So I think it's kind of nice to hear where people are from, because we want to hear everybody's input. But we want to know too that I think the citizens of Los Alamitos make the big first choices. And personally, I don't want a big Lamson project, because I was on Parks and Rec for 8 years, and I know Ron, and Ron, you did a great job. You really made it easy to understand it, because a lot of the questions you were talking about earlier was like, what? So I do want to say that I'm a park person, and I won an award with the park, the service award for the parks. What is that called?
CPRS.
There you go, CPRS. So I'm really big into parks, and I know that Los Alamitos is only 4 square miles, and half of that's the base. It's all the things I've always talked about after having lived here for 34 years and attending school board meetings since the very beginning when they started wanting to sell these schools. And I went up there and said, we don't want to sell schools. Well, guess what? If they'd sold them, we wouldn't have them anymore. So they'd have to build new ones. But my big concern is about, I just hope that nothing happens, because I see Laurel Park on that thing. And we are below the state of California's park recommendations. We were, I guess we still are. I can't believe they want to take parks from a small city like ours. So I just want to say we should all fight for our open spaces. I mean, I fought against a wonderful high school being built on McAuliffe because I felt like open space was more important to the local kids, you know. And also I have this question about this builder's remedy. You know, can they do eminent domain with that? I mean, can they come in and take over Shoe City if the guy didn't want to sell the properties there, you know? You do wonder about that, which is really scary. And I also the guy mentioned 500,000 people and even more are leaving California. I can't believe they're demanding so much new housing. And then when I first moved here, people were still living on the base. And you would just think that that base, like the one person said, seems like it'd be a perfect place to start building housing. That we did have people living there. Why can't they live there again if we build new affordable homes? I like the veteran part of it. And then the other thing that, and I attended a lot of general plan meetings, being on Parks and Rec with all the commission people. It was very interesting. And back then I thought it was kind of neat. Oh yeah, let's build work-live situations. That sounds really exciting. You know, where Shoe City is, put Shoe City there, but build apartments above it. You know, and that's, to me, is fine, but it's when you start going into these big things. So we should probably try to do what the state wants us to some degree, but still, you know, go forward with our what we'd really like to see. So I just, and I don't want to lose any businesses. We already had to increase our taxes to keep our police force. I voted yes on that because the reason I moved to Los Alamitos was because there was an article in the 80s about Seal Beach, Los Al, and Cypress being the safest communities to live in Orange County in Southern California. So the schools and the police, that's very important to all the people that move here. We pay a small fortune to live here. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate what you're doing. I kind of think that we should have a few more meetings because a lot of people throw the news enterprise in the trash.
Ooh.
And they get I mean, I don't, and then you get the postcard and if they're don't have kids in the school, they might not look at it. So.
Gotcha.
You know, thank you.
Thank you.
I think you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
You have two historical people here. You
Oh, okay.
Write your name down.
Patty Campbell, College Park East. We moved in 1970. I'm on Ironwood Avenue. My house backs up to Lamson, and I'm 5 houses west of Heather Park. Now, it's historical. In 1967, a little A4 was taken off from the base. The pilot ran into a fog bank at the end of the runway. He got disoriented. Instead of going up, he went straight through the trees and down Tiger Tail. Damaged 6 houses. Miraculously, he lived. Okay, it made the papers because he went off base. In 1970, there was another incident, but because it was completely contained on the base, it did not make the newspapers, but I watched it. The Navy, they would have, the weekend warriors would do touch-and-go landings. Now, when a plane is landing, it slows down. If it's doing a touch-and-go, it doesn't slow down because it needs the momentum to get airborne again. We watched a little A4 blow a tire, and it skidded because of the momentum it had. It skidded all the way to Lamson Avenue. We watched it. And the emergency personnel on the base were there immediately. They foamed it down and towed it back. Now, I used to go to the base all the time, to the BX, and I used to see this little plane. It was kept inside the fence for the flight line, but they never got rid of it. It took them months and months, but finally they got rid of it. Okay, now, Airport Land Use Commission. Their purpose is to keep people from the airports and protect people from the airports and the airports from people. To override the ALUC, because this is a safety thing, takes a 4-to-1 vote. That's how serious it is. JPIA, Joint Powers Insurance Agency, they insure you. Now, if you make an honest mistake, they will cover you. But you have to find out if they will cover you if you willingly, knowingly, and intentionally override the ALUC. That is serious because you're putting your people in jeopardy. Okay? Now, full disclosure, I'm a member of the ALUC. I've been a full member since 1998 until 2004. Then I became an alternate member, still am. When you override the ALUC, you effectively transfer liability from the, if it's an air-related incident, from the base, you transfer liability from the base to your city if the incident involves your residents and/or their property. Okay, that's something to consider. I had a conversation with Jeff Stock, who's the attorney for the ALUC. He said if there's an air-related incident, initially everybody gets sued. As the lawsuit progresses, different defendants who don't really have standing will drop out. In the end, it's going to be the city and the developer. So you need to think of that, okay? Let me sign.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, I turned in a blue form, so you probably got a whole bunch there that got lost someplace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us speak without a formal form, and happy Fat Tuesday. I had to do our Mardi Gras before we came. So Patty talked about the liability. So I too, I'm an old timer. I've been around here a while and fought some of the developments in the early 90s. So let's just talk about Lamson, why I'm completely against it, and I want to give you some more information. There's been a lot of accidents on Lamson, and there's been a lot of lawsuits against the city of Seal Beach on Lamson. It's not banked properly. So I'm against putting anything more on Lamson, at least until you figure out that bank. I was sitting on the EQCB at the time that the ranch center went in. Fought the housing because it put Seal Beach in the hole financially. We couldn't afford the services that the housing was using. It just didn't break even. That's why we never brought Rossmore into Seal Beach. So let's look at your development over here on Lamson. You've got a wackily banked road. That's why we keep having accidents. Tonight's a perfect example. It's starting to rain, people are speeding, and the car turns and it banks the opposite way. It's why you keep having crashes. So Seal Beach keeps paying off those lawsuits. Well, it'd be nice to know you guys are going to build some more over there. Now you get the lawsuits, not us. So keep that in mind. And the ALUC, Patty is absolutely right. And there is a court case where people overrode high recommendations and the council was sued. And this was in South Orange County, and I'll find the case that was back in the 80s. So I'm against it. I think there's more information that you need to gain, and it's historical knowledge. Now, when I reviewed the EIR and CEQA back in the 90s, when they were putting in the development on Seal Beach Boulevard, we were already maxed out on traffic at that point. At Lamson, St. Cloud was like, we all fought about that, and we were right. It's an awful turn there. You were already maxed out all on Seal Beach. So now I haven't been around a while because I was a workaholic for a while, but I'm back in politics. I cannot understand how it's going to pass the old CEQA laws, but I will tell you this is how I do think it'll pass. I remember that we had a chlorine report on how much chlorine could be in the air when I was sitting on that commission. And we were already 100 times it when we got the report back. So you know what they did? They go, we'll change the report and we'll make the amount higher. Didn't make it right, it just made it fit the criteria. And that's what's happening here is I think they're going to override the old CEQA. CEQA's not going to matter, EIR's not going to matter. We're going to put housing in no matter what. I do think, don't be in a hurry. You can see all the other people that aren't in a hurry. This is a big mistake that they're putting down. I don't care if it's low income, high income. We can't take the density. Somebody talked about park space. Back when we built those developments, Target and Ralph's and all that, Seal Beach and Los Al was already at a negative park space. So I'm in for quality of living. I don't care if you're low income, you're high income. You need park space for your children and quality of life. This crushes it even more. So just take some time. People like me are just finding out, and I have a lot of historical data that you may or may not want to hear. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Oh.
Hi, my name is Anea Ostrich, and I just want to say 1.5 miles away from this is going to be another huge project. When you were talking earlier about a golf course in La Habra, well, the Old Ranch Country Club is planning, and Seal Beach is planning too. So, I mean, check the newspaper, check next door, check wherever you have to in regards to it. Shelley Sustarsik has, our councilwoman in College Park East, has been very open about what's going on there. So just think about that before you make any decisions, before you rush to save a risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ford Rogers, and pardon me. And I live about a mile from the proposed Lamson site as the F-18 flies. And I just, it's already been said and pointed out that Lamson is a traffic problem already. And it's one little road. There is, if you look at the map, where this project is going is far from any other roads. Lamson can't handle that traffic. But what I really want to say is what impressed me most, Madam Mayor, is your attitude and your willingness to fight. And I really wish that you and other mayors and council members of California would take this fight to Sacramento, because this isn't right. This is supposed to be a country with a government by the people, for the people, not a government by mandate for the government. So I want to speak out against the Lamson location for all the reasons that have been mentioned. It's going to devastate that whole area. And I want to really encourage you, please take the fight to Sacramento. I don't think this is something where we can all just say, oh, well, there's nothing we can do. We'll just give in. Please don't give in. I don't think you will. So, thank you.
I'm sorry, I had about 30 seconds left. Last week, City of Huntington Beach said no to state as far as the high density. Their council stood up and said it's not good for our city. So I hope that Los Alamitos understands this too, and it can stand up for their people. That's all I had to add.
Good evening, and thank you. I'll make this quick. I am also not a fan of the Lamson project, as I think most of the individuals behind me, but I'm not here to talk about that today. I am here to ask, as well as some of the other folks here, for a 90-day continuance. Obviously, your community has a lot of questions, specifically how you arrived at some of those numbers by your own staff's admission. We don't know what's coming in, so I think it does warrant some more discussion. But I think this is really, really about preserving local government power. And if we comply with everything that Sacramento pushes, what's to stop them from continuing to move the goal? And I ask you to piggyback off of your comments. I think that there is some value in concerted effort. Huntington, West Garden Grove, Cypress, any other county or any other city in Orange County. Can we discuss this? Can we build a forum? I think a lot of the people here today are here because I didn't get any notification from your city. I got notifications from empowered individuals who wanted to come here and make a difference. And I ask you, if we don't stop now, when? When do we say no? When do we say enough? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Avery, and I live in Los Alamitos, excuse me, over near the high school. And since I'm the last one, it appears I will be happy to yield any time that I have back to the gentleman in the gray coat. So, anyway, I'm perhaps becoming a practicing or at practice activist here. Basically, I like what I've heard tonight. It wasn't thought at first it was going to be very contentious and that sort of a situation, but I'm really pleased all the efforts that you put in, and it sounds like to me what I hoped it would be, in that we're in this together, and that you would listen, and you are listening tonight, and some have asked for more listening opportunities, so that we can you get maybe solutions from us too, and I know you've heard a number of them, excuse me, tonight. Just one quick thing about the overall prospect of what I've heard is the environmental impact studies. It sounds like there's a number of those going on. But just as a first and foremost, there's also an assimilation, what I call assimilation time. And that is whatever new construction is going on, wherever it's going in the city, how much lead time are places like the police, or situations like the police department, the fire department, the hospital for any additional infrastructure that they might have to build, and including, I should say, some people have already mentioned the sewer and water situations. Emergency response has already come up. Pretty much everything I've listed here, I won't have to, but from a budget standpoint, I'm also curious to know who's responsible for now the fact that, and I support increased police and fire and all that sort of thing for our safety. So who does that responsibility end up on in the end? And of course, I imagine it's somewhat in the taxes, excuse me, of perhaps the real estate or their bonds or what have you. So I'm curious to know how long it takes once one of these projects gets approved that the rest of the city is able to, let's say, support the new occupants and the density thereof. So anyway, I think that's about it, and I'll yield my time again. And is this the form we're supposed to fill in? Right here? Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, by the way. Really,
you.
and maybe there's some other opportunities for Sacramento candidates that I've heard here tonight speak. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Joy. I'm a bit younger. I'm actually a product of the Los Alamitos school system. I went to St. Hedwig, graduated there 8 years. Driving on the way to school, we would take Lamson, those eucalyptus trees. That's the reason why I'm here. I'm trying to save them. We grew up with them. People who went to the school loved them. That's like a part of growing up here. I actually left here and I worked for the United Nations for 7 years. I worked for the UN spokesperson and I've been to 30 countries. And despite all the places where I've been, there's, in my opinion, no area in the world like this. The level of education, the children that come out of here, if you just look at St. Hedwig, there's a student who won the PGA golf tournament, the coach of the U.S. Open of surfing, the coach of the U.S. Surf Olympic team is a graduate of St. Hedwig. This area is powerful because of the youth and the students, the programs, the athletics, the crazy capers we used to have, like KISS FM landed a helicopter in the middle of our school. There's no other schools in the world where I've talked to kids who've had this level of freedom. And I believe, being one of those children that biked on Lamson growing up, it's so dangerous. And you could see the quality of driving has decreased significantly. And I just hope that you'll reconsider joining cities like Huntington Beach. They're fighting back. And it is a power grab by Sacramento. It's actually a senator, his name, Senator Weiner, San Francisco, San Mateo. He's the one writing these bills. 2017, very controversial. And with all due respect, he didn't grow up in California. He grew up in New Jersey. And I lived in New York for 7 years. I know what gentrification and density could do. It destroys the character of neighborhoods. And that's what makes this area so special. That's what makes this area home. So please keep up the fight. And Huntington is like our sister city. We share a culture, a history. They're fighting back. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing the time for all the comments. And Mayor, I appreciate your comments speaking from the heart. And I think you've heard a lot of residents speaking from their hearts tonight as well. So I would just urge you to listen to what the residents are asking for. It's just 90 days so that we can have more outreach. We have 2 council members that are new. The reports are dense, hundreds, 300 plus pages of information to digest. And I think the questions raised tonight about the liquefaction and the geology study that needs to be done, to whether or not projects should go into the housing element or not, and the liability issue. I mean, we've heard a lot of policy questions tonight that as policymakers, it seems prudent that you'd want to have answers to. And I think what's really interesting is you have a lot of residents who aren't standing up here saying, heck no. They just are offering to be part of your process. And that's, I find that unusual, because usually it's, you got people on this side saying no, no, no. But I mean, you have a lot of residents who want to be helpful, want to bring solutions, want to be involved. And I think, a larger town hall, getting more people informed, asking questions and letting staff, give answers and reassurances, right? I think it's appropriate, and it's just 90 days. And like Dan said, there's, it's very low risk that anything's going to happen in 90 days. There's so many cities that are struggling with this, so complex. The cities are all built out, and this is such a complex issue that I think more time is warranted so we can make sure the resources are in place. So thank you for your consideration, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen.
I didn't have anything prepared. My name is Mark Mahalko. I live in College Park East. Just listening to all of this good discussion, I want to challenge you to one thing. I mean, we're talking about the 90-day continuance, right? But I think something that would be really difficult for you guys to do, but I think is really important, is could we do some kind of a town hall in a bigger area, maybe an auditorium somewhere, maybe involving some of the Seal Beach people and College Park East, or maybe some of the Cypress area, just so we can communicate more. I mean, people brought up a lot of points. I'm sure you'll want to address all the points that everyone has, but we can communicate better. And if you guys could set something up, I'd hate to just see us come back in 90 days and be in this exact same kind of place, in an overcrowded room with people who haven't heard this meeting coming to complain about the same things. So if we could get a bigger forum, a bigger group together, just plan on spending 2 hours communicating, I think that would go a long way. Thanks.
Oh, we got any other movement out there? No? All right. Okay. No, somebody's moving? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Mary Ramsden. I live in College Park East. I can see the new site from my driveway. We moved in there in 1988, knowing that land across the street from us had been federal land since World War II. Never dreamed in our wildest dreams that they would be selling 12 acres of it. Never dreamed in our wildest dreams that you folks would rezone it so that it could be a high-density housing project. This is a neighborhood of single-family houses. Parkwood is single-family attached townhouses. And to completely change our neighborhood, lower our housing prices, completely changing the neighborhood, because you spent the whole meeting telling us you have these demands from the state that you have to meet. And boy, when that property became available, I'm sure you said, this is my dream come true. Here's some property we can use. We don't have to use our high-density Catella. We don't have to use Los Alamitos Boulevard. We can put it in way away from Los Alamitos in a place that won't bother any Los Alamitos residents. And we can take care of all our problems by sticking it to College Park East. And as you can see, we don't appreciate it, and we hope that you would at least give us the 90-day continuance that we're asking for. Thank you.
Okay, so this is last call. All right, so I officially close public comment? Is that how that works? Okay. All right, so we will come back to here. If anybody has anything that they would like to share. I just have two things. Take it to Sacramento. I did. I went to Sacramento. Fran, just let me tell you, like, I called meetings with everyone that I could call meetings with just being a lowly mayor. But I did sit in rooms with them. And so, check. And we've banded with other cities. This has 3 mayors ago, Mayor Murphy wrote a letter with our sister cities. One of them was Buena Park. And essentially the letter that we got back was, we'll change your number. We'll take 200 from Los Al, but we'll give them to Buena Park because they're not changing the total number for California. So I hear what you're saying. And where does it stop? I'm not quite sure, but it's higher than where we are right now. It goes up to who is in leadership above us, who's in our House, who's in our Senate, who is our governor. And as long as they're all on the same train, then those of us, you know, they call Orange County the Orange Curtain. Did you guys know that? They call us the Orange Curtain. So rock on, Huntington Beach, but their budget, they make us look homeless with what they have compared to us. They can afford to fight. And I actually have been on my city manager's head, again, since I got into this very cushy seat. And if anybody is successful, we are jumping right on. But we've just got into the black. We almost went bankrupt fighting another issue that was way bigger than Los Al is. We are too small by ourselves. We've banded with our sister cities. We look for some cousins. If any of them are successful, baby, we will be the first ones in line. But we have literally exhausted every resource we have readily available. Chet was in a meeting with me with these Sacramento cats. We made them sit there during their training that they were hosting. They shouldn't have been in a room with me, but they were. And the bottom line is, it is a law that has to be overturned by the governor, and such as it stands, he is not motivated to change it at all. The only control that we maintain is, I acknowledge receipt of your letter. And then we can talk about, okay, here's how we want it to look, here's how we want this, here's how we want that. Then we can start trying to decorate our house, right? Approving numbers is, we have agreed to purchase a house. We don't all like it, but we can have input after that. I'm not a risk taker. I don't like the thought of somebody being able to come and tell me, you don't have anything approved, so I am just not a risk taker, me personally. So I'm very afraid that someone would come and tell my city, here's what you have to do. So that's just my perspective that I'm sharing with y'all. But yes, I was literally in Sacramento in a room with policymakers. And this is not a policy that they're willing to change. Any of my other because I'm done. First of all, it's well past my bedtime, and anything else that I say, I don't want the city attorney to have to give me. So,
I'll start.
okay.
Why not? So I'm going to speak on two things. One, I've got some stuff to get off my chest because this has been going on for a while. We've been fighting this for 2 years. I sat in that cushy seat last year and we were fighting it. And the guy before me sat in that cushy seat and we were fighting it. We have been fighting this. So first, let me start off by expressing my sadness and disappointment over what this council has had to endure over the past few months with public accusations. I have personally been told that developers are lining my pockets to rush this project through, and as of right now, there is no project. And finance my campaign. Oh, wait. I ran unopposed. There was no campaign to finance. My one campaign that I did run was self-funded, so I don't take money from anybody. And that I was eager to destroy my city. Yes, I said my city, because it's just as much my city as it's your city for those who live here and those who identify that they live here. Most of you know nothing about me, yet you have no problem trying to destroy my reputation, my credibility, and my ethics. You've been repeating how I'm financially gaining on these developments for the past 3 months, yet no one has produced any evidence to back up that claim. Does anybody have any evidence here? Yeah, I didn't think so. Those unproven accusations are right on the border of slander. And now they're starting to affect my family. My son is a local veterinarian here in Los Alamitos. How do you think it felt for him to have his employer come up to him and said, "So, I see your mom's involved in dirty politics and in bed with developers"? How do you think that made him feel? He's 28 years old, and he's having to defend his mother over nothing she did wrong. My husband has worked for Los Alamitos Youth Baseball for the past 23 years to make it a premier place for our kids to play baseball. How do you think it feels when parents come up to him and say, "Wow, I hear your wife's just a typical politician, taking money in developers"? My youngest son, who's a chemistry professor at UCI, he's 26 years old. He has 370 students in his lecture class. Guess what? Students stalk their professors, and he's the newest one to be stalked. Well, when they Google his name, guess who shows up? And guess what it says? That I've been called on the carpet for taking developers' money and destroying my city. Now, he has to go back to his students that are basically his age and explain why that's not true. Because if you read it on Google, it must be true. So I am personally offended by those accusations that none of them are true, and none of them have come up here and given me proof that any are true. So therefore, they're not true. I don't care what you Google. When my family starts suffering these effects of these false accusations, this mama bear rears her ugly head. I go right into survival mode, and I will do whatever I can to protect my family and its 30-year reputation here in Los Alamitos. Now on to another subject. I needed to get that off my chest. The RENA. We have two choices tonight. We can approve the state-approved plan and maintain our local control on developers that come in with proposed projects. And we can hold them accountable to a standard that minimizes the disruption in Los Alamitos, Seal Beach, and Rossmore. Or we cannot approve the plan, and developers can apply using the state builder's remedy application, which is happening now. It's happening in La Habra. It's happening in Orange. So to say it's not going to happen, it's happening now. And we lose all local control. Like I said, the state would be thrilled to put 700 low-income housing units on that Lamson land. And if we decide to thumb our nose at the state, that's exactly what's going to happen, because that's the easy button, and that's what they want. Now, RENA's been going on for a long time, a couple years at least. I don't know if you guys are aware, it's starting to come out now, but the County of Orange has to put in 10,000 RENA homes in unincorporated areas. The largest unincorporated area in Orange County is Rossmore. Like, wow, how are they going to do that? Well, the plan's public. The County of Orange submitted it to the state November 5th. You think they got any input from Rossmore? You think they got any input from the local elected representatives there? So their plan that's at the state right now rezones everything from Wallingford at the church all the way over to the Arco station, basically getting rid of everything on that fourth corner. And they're putting 671 low income and very low incomes right there. This is not a Los Alamitos problem. This is a state problem, and we have leaders at the state that don't care about us. They care way more about Northern California than they do Southern California. And you think the leadership now gives a rip about Orange County? No, they want to destroy Orange County because they don't like what we believe. So to say just go ahead and thumb your nose at the state, we lose. We lose big time because once we lose local control, we never get it back. So instead of throwing out personal accusations that will not make Rena go away, you can recall me, I could go get hit by a bus, I could move to another country, Rena's still here. I can't stop Rena. I wish I had that power, because trust me, we do not sit around and say, you know what can we do to really screw up this city? What can we do to overburden our emergency services? What can we do to make our streets less safe? We don't do that. We live here too, and we have to live with the results that the state is mandating. There is not a single city in the state of California that said, oh, yay, let's do this. Not one. We have been banding together for 2 years, and we have been told to pound sand. So we can either do this RENA thing and keep a little bit of a semblance of local control, or we can snub our nose at it and hope it doesn't happen. But you know what? It's gonna happen because the governor wants it to happen. We tried to recall him, it didn't happen. So he's here to stay. It's a supermajority up there. They don't even need the conversations. So allow us the ability to keep a little semblance of local control. Otherwise, that Lamson property could turn into 700 low-income homes. And we just have to sit on the sidelines, just like La Habra's doing right now. Okay, I'm done. Public comments?
Oh, Fran, we closed
public
public
comments.
comments.
I won't comment other than say thank you for that communication. And also, I think from a communication standpoint, if you'd involved us somehow and asked for our help back in 2020 or whenever this started, we would have all been happy to help because we all love this city.
We have involved state senators, state legislatures. They have been literally sitting in the room fighting this, and they've been told to pound sand.
And we knew nothing of that. I'll say me. And it'd be darned if I wouldn't have tried to at least help out or organize people to help. So ask for our help. That's all, please.
And I want to add one more thing because I missed that. Somebody had inferred that low income brings crime. Be careful of that blanket statement. My mom is 78 years old. She's living off Social Security and a pension. She's low income. We have military people here. We're a base city. We're a military city. People aren't deployed to this base. They live around here. They're low income. My son, who's just starting out in his career at UCI, according to these standards, he's low income. So if you're inferring that low income brings crime, I'm personally offended by that because I know people that fit those categories that won't bring crime. They're good, productive citizens. So be careful of your blanket statements about if this happens, then this will happen. Please don't scare us like that because it's not true and it's not based on anything but your own opinion. Thank you.
I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues here, but I also wanted just to defend the staff here a little bit. They've been taking some heat, and I have full confidence in the staff, in Ron, in Chet, and everybody who works for them, that this is, out of all the cities and government officials that I've worked with or for, I have full confidence in the staff, the competence in what you do, and I'm quite sure that the notices that were given were appropriate. Any accusations that people were left out, maybe we could have done a better job, but we did what we did, and it's been a 2-year-long process. I see these advertisements that had gone out, so it's just infuriating when you take accusations on that people aren't doing their jobs. It seems to me like the fury all of a sudden just started when project number 6 came on board. But this is a process that's been going on for 2 years, and I'm fully confident that the city staff did their job, got the notices out, people participated who were paying attention. It went through the Planning Commission. This is not something new that just snuck up on us. So I thank the staff, and I just want you to know that you have my full support, and I thank for your efforts.
I'm going to assume that Murphy and Hibbert have things. So which one of y'all want to go first?
I'll follow Councilmember Murphy.
Okay,
You sure?
Councilmember Murphy.
Well, there are a few things which I've already addressed earlier. I do believe that there is a need of improvement when it came to communication in the city of Los Alamitos. Yes, I appreciate the communication that you indicated that you did provide, but as you see today, there are a lot of residents who are not aware of it. Me included. Before I was a city council member, I was a resident. I never heard anything about this in any mass communication, in any social media. So I can understand the concerns that they have, where we need to know as much as we can, because I'm the type of person who wants to know whatever I can, however I can. So I understand the concerns when it comes to communication. There is also the issue that I'm a new council member. I went through over 700 pages this weekend when I could have been spending time with my kids. But I wanted to make sure that I was fully prepared for this meeting, as well as I did a lot of digging through websites, but again, you don't know what's true and what's not. I just believe that for me, I need more time. I need more time to continue to review the information, for our staff and our city to present as much information as I request to help me make a final decision to proceed with this in the future. I just don't believe presently I have a full understanding of everything that has to deal with the housing element, including some of the terminology. And like I said, I'm doing a lot of research, but that's something that could be provided if we had a workshop or any other type of outreach program, which goes back to communication. Just more communication.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hibbert, you're up.
I guess it's me. You're going to take us home. I think there's one thing that we all agree on tonight, and that is that the city of Los Alamitos clearly has room for improvement regarding community outreach. I live in the Rossmore Highlands, and I too can't think of any time that I was notified about this project prior to campaigning, running for office, and being elected to city council. So a lot of your comments, although I can't directly respond to them, I'm with you as far as notification. This weekend I'm pulling weeds in my front yard, and so many neighbors were coming by and pulled their cars over and jumped out of their car and said, "What is going on? What's happening?" It's the first time that they heard about something in the Highlands right here in Los Alamitos. Not notified, despite our community outreach. I'm up here taking notes as fast as I can on everyone who came up and provided public comment today. I tried to get most of your names right. We had 23 speakers today. Thank you for participating. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. I don't think you're going to get what you're asking for tonight, and so I'm going to do my best to provide you with the answers you're looking for. So I was taking notes on what your concerns are, and I'm going to ask our staff to address those. So you'll at least get what you're looking for tonight. It might not be everything, but I hope it'll be something. Mayor Doby, I do apologize. You mentioned it was past your bedtime. I'm not.
We
gonna-
all make sacrifices, right?
I'm not going to be your favorite person tonight.
Yeah, all right, just go.
Here we go. Number one, I believe her name was Miss Helen. She was concerned who will pay for the installation of utilities regarding the Lamson project. Can someone speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. Typically, the anything to do with the installation of utilities is borne by the developer.
Thank you. Miss Barbara Farrell, I appreciate if I'm slaughtering your name. She was looking for senior housing, and she's on a waiting list. I believe it was in Fountain Valley. Regarding these projects or proposed projects in Los Alamitos, what can we do to accommodate senior housing?
I think that actually will be, and again, separating the two from the housing element and the project itself, each project I think has the ability to actually have room for senior housing. I think that's actually one of the places that we would try to push developers going forward. But again, it's a conversation between the developers and the city for each individual project as it comes up.
So at a future time, council can say this development's going to be 55 plus.
City council can give us direction to actually make those requests of a developer, and then obviously those contracts come back to you for approval.
Thank you. Looks like Ms. Laura Tanner was concerned. She mentioned some other cities that are engaged in legal battles or, fighting back against state mandates. Could you speak to any lawsuits and the results of any judgments that the city's been engaged in?
Yeah, the city has not been engaged in any direct challenges to the RENA allocation. The issue of whether or not the RENA allocation is supported under state law has been litigated by cities unsuccessfully and upheld. There's been some discussion this evening about Huntington Beach's most recent efforts to challenge state housing law mandates. The thing they've done most recently was they're moving forward with an ordinance that purports to exempt the city from the requirement to comply with the builder's remedy. That will likely be litigated, although it hasn't been litigated yet, though in press releases, Huntington Beach has said that they intend to enact this law, and the state, for their part, has sent several letters to Huntington Beach saying the second that goes through, you will hear from us. So I suspect that will be litigated. I guess the one thing I would add to that, though, is it's my understanding that Huntington Beach is moving forward with trying to provide for a housing element. So the question of whether or not you can exempt yourself from the builder's remedy would become moot once they themselves have a certified housing element in place.
Thank you. Ms. Carol Churchill mentioned that there are 526 more housing planned for than in our required RENA numbers. Why did we do that?
That's and I'll actually ask if Mr. Noda or Andy need to correct me on this, but essentially it's a function of zoning itself. Obviously, there's a maximum and a minimum when it comes to our zoning requirements. And so as the project, that number that she provided would be if all of the projects were developed at maximum. But again, that would be at the discretion of the council.
So at a later date, council can decide on that and not go forward with the extra 526.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Brian Keebler asked for a 90-day continuance. We'll have to find out about that. Mr. Michael Gatto was concerned about safety and traffic on Lamson. What can the city do to mitigate or increase the safety?
Once a project is submitted and we have final counts, it will require us to do a traffic study on any new development that happens along Lamson. We would be working in partnership with the city of Seal Beach, as that is their street at the end of the day, in order to try to figure out ways to mitigate that.
Who's responsible and who pays for signals, traffic signals?
On Lamson?
Yeah.
So those are under the, Ron, can you correct me if I'm wrong? I believe it's under the control of Seal Beach. Is that?
Yes, the street is under the jurisdiction of Seal Beach, but again, if the traffic study requests additional, like you stated, traffic signal, the developer would be paying that cost.
Thank you. Miss Mary lives in College Park East. She was notified about not being She was concerned about not being notified regarding the Lamson project. What are our comments to her on that?
That I think is something that, to get back to your previous comment before about communication and how exactly we reach beyond our borders. One of the things that the city clerk and I have been talking about is actually building essentially a news group where you can subscribe and have all project information actually pushed out to you. I also have seen a number of different things that have happened in other cities where putting large-scale signs up on the properties with QR codes so that you're actually able to walk by, scan, and be able to get information that way. I think that that's a nice 1-2 punch that we can explore. And then also, obviously, we have relationships with the city of Seal Beach. We can ask about actually providing some additional just paper notification within those neighborhoods as well. And I think that that's a nice 3-pronged approach to actually getting the word out a little bit more than we have in the past.
I got a quick suggestion. Hold your number. Relationship with Seal Beach.
Yes, ma'am.
We have links. Would we be able to, on projects that are of this magnitude that affect our sister cities, give them a link?
Of course.
They can come and see our stuff, and maybe we can host their link too, so that everybody's on the same page about it.
Of course. I think that, again, more communication at the end of the day benefits everyone. So I can't imagine that Seal Beach would be adverse to that.
Okay.
Thank you. She was also concerned about LaSalle schools not being notified about future increases in students. What is our response to her on that?
We have received a letter of support from the school district with regards to the housing element.
That was different than her question. She's concerned about LaSalle schools, not the superintendent of schools.
So we did send the school district our draft housing element.
Well, I think the question is the school itself. Is that correct?
The school itself?
Parents, students.
And I would say
the regular people.
Yeah. Well, and I think that falls into this new kind of communication outreach that we can do. Once there is a project for the teachers and for the students to actually be aware of, I think that that's the perfect time to really gain their input as to what exactly is being developed there. So I think that some of the options that I just described can be deployed there as well.
Thank you. She's also concerned about emergency responses, particularly police department. Is there anyone in the room that can speak to our LaSalle PD? Oh, chief. Can you tell us, or just explain a little bit about the PD's response to, Parkwood's the only neighborhood over on Lamson. Maybe explain how that works.
I am 100% confident that nothing they do on Lamson will reduce any police response. The reason that there are so many fatal traffic collisions on Lamson is because the speed is so high. The reason the speed is so high is because there's no traffic on Lamson. I live on Lamson. I travel Lamson every day. Lamson does not have a traffic issue. So there would be no reduction. That is all regulated by Seal Beach, not by us. But I assure you that there would be no delay in any type of public safety response on Lamson.
Thank you. Mr. Dan Brandt was concerned about liquefaction again. What would it take to get liquefaction reports in our housing element?
Well, and Michael, I'll ask you to step in here if I go off the script again. But again, the environmental impact study that was done with regards to the housing element itself did address a number of different issues. When you get into liquefaction, it's really about what exactly is being built on site and the weight that it's going to displace. And so those are individual. I think for each project, there would have to be a geotechnical study in order to ensure that a 4-story, 3-story, a 1-story building would be able to stay above ground level with how it was being designed. And that's why each one of these projects would have to have its own report depending on what is actually being proposed on site.
So what I heard is the liquefaction is not making it into the housing element.
Not past the degree that it's already been studied as part of the environmental impact report.
Thank you. Mr. John Lang of Parkwood was asking about the methodology regarding the sound near the base that we're ignoring tonight. Can someone explain to him the methodology of how the sound, whether it's 65, 70, 80 decibels, how that's calculated? Maybe speak to some instruments that are used or locations that those instruments are placed.
I think that I would be better suited to do that once we have brought in some of the sound technicians to actually provide that. And that is, again, all stuff that we will do prior to bringing this item back for a public hearing before the city council. I think me speaking on it at this point would probably just confuse the issue.
Looking forward to that. Number 14, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. You are the Parks and Rec lady. You did Parks and Rec. She's concerned about losing half of Laurel Park. Can you explain why we're sacrificing half of Laurel Park?
Well, of course, and then again, this gets back to the divide that I've been speaking about with regards to housing element and project. What you have to do in the housing element is, in order to satisfy the state's requirements, show that you have the ability to do something. Choosing to do it is a totally different issue altogether. What would have to happen in that instance would be a developer would have to come in and say, we have a plan for Laurel Park. My first response would be, okay, well, city owns it. You're going to have to convince my city council that it is a good idea. Then you are going to have to pay us a whole lot of money to actually buy that property from us in order for us to turn around and develop another park someplace else. So the long and the short of it is I do not know if that's going to be a project that comes to fruition quickly. But I can say that the city will, given the fact that we own the property, would be able to control the sale of the property at the end of the day.
Thank you. Ms. Parks and Rec lady was also concerned that some people throw away the Event News Enterprise newspaper. What are our comments to her on that?
I will be talking specifically to the editor of the News Enterprise about this paper ending up in trash cans, but I think that some of the outreach methods that we've discussed earlier might be able to help, and then also in certain instances it may behoove us to start using other newspapers in order to further our advertising reach. I will note that that does come at a significant amount of cost when we start using the Register or other papers.
Thank you. Number 15, we're getting there. Miss Patty Campbell. She's curious how the city is prepared to defend itself legally over any housing element challenges.
I believe that we feel that we're on firm footing with regards to any challenges to our housing element. With regards to individual projects, obviously, like all cities, we transfer that liability to the developer at the end of the day, and we require them to indemnify the city. So we believe that we would have protection in that guise as well. I'm sorry, I know I'm...
It's accurate. It's accurate.
He's actually quite proud of me right now. So.
Thank you. Number 15, I'm so sorry I didn't catch your name. This person was concerned that Lamson is not banked property. Can we explain what can be done regarding low cell developments on poorly banked Lamson?
So that is actually an interesting observation just with regards to how exactly the road itself is positioned. Again, given the fact that it is a Seal Beach road, our control over it is obviously limited. That being said, any traffic study will be able to offer some solutions as to how exactly we further slow down traffic, but as the chief alluded to, cars and more traffic is a way to slow down traffic. But again, the study itself gives us an opportunity to look at what are the different options that we can put in place.
Thank you. Number 17, I believe he said his name was Mr. Ford Roger. He wants LoSal to fight back against Sacramento. Is there anything going forward that the city of Los Alamitos is willing to do to fight back against Sacramento mandates?
I think that we've done a significant amount of work already in terms of ensuring that all of our state legislators, state senators are heeding our call and trying to push back on this. Again, this is a function of a supermajority and a governor that has an agenda that skews heavily towards housing development. Going forward, we will offer any knowledge or testimonial support that we can for Huntington Beach and their endeavors. But again, they have a significant war chest that they can use in this fight. And I think that us providing examples or a testimony or amicus brief, if it comes to that and such requested, that would be something that we can do as well.
Thank you. Number 19, I believe he said, is Mr. John Avery or Abraham. He's concerned that the city council is not listening to his comments or neighbor concerns, Mr. Avery or Mr. Abraham, I hope you're paying attention right now. We are trying to do that.
If I can make a comment on that too, from the questions that I have received from the council, I can assure you that they are listening.
Number 20, Miss Joy, who loves the eucalyptus trees. I don't know if she's still here today, but if you're watching, okay. I would like to personally recruit you to help you with our outreach efforts. Find me afterwards. Okay, well, it's unpaid. It's unpaid at this time, and it's too much work, but you'll find it'll be greatly rewarding. I'm serious, I'll wait for you.
I will say also that it falls completely in line with our urban tree forestry program. So eucalyptus trees we're on board.
So you have some homework already. Number 22, Mr. Mark McCallow wants a town hall in a larger venue. When we have something that a lot of people are interested in, what are our options regarding using a larger venue?
We have been actually, as I've been sitting here, we're racking my brain as to what exactly would be a good venue. The issue that we ran into with trying to move to a larger venue is the ability to actually broadcast. That being said, we have had some discussions with the school district about potentially using their facilities when we have large meetings. I'll have to see if that is still an opportunity for us.
Thank you. Number 23, Miss Mary Ramsden. Is she still here? No. Okay. She said she was a College Park East resident since 1988 and just wanted to honor her. I was born in the 80s, so thanks for sticking around. That is, that's all the notes on the public comments that I have. I have 4 points to make, and then I'll be done. Thank you guys for sticking around. We didn't know how tonight was going to go, and I think it went great. I think it went great. It went long, and it was well worth it. As Mr. Noda commented earlier, tonight's meeting was the most well-attended meeting regarding the housing element ever. So we set a record, and maybe the Event News Enterprise will write that in their paper. So thank you for coming out. Number 2, our outreach efforts have room for improvement, but Joy is going to help us with that.
Oh, wow.
What is that? The wind. Wow. It's the wind.
Number 4, I think that this issue has, and I use this word loosely, united this community more than anything else in a very long time, maybe going back to when the Sanctuary Cities was up, the community involvement. I appreciate your involvement. We appreciate your involvement. We appreciate you showing up. I can't say that enough. This is my second meeting as city council, so I've been thrown right in, and I welcome all your comments. I welcome stop by my house, stop me when I'm pulling weeds. There's so much distrust with public servants. We get paid $400 a month.
Oh, no, take off the taxes.
$174.09 every month.
$350 after taxes. $350 after taxes. This is not for the money. Public servants have a very bad reputation, and like Councilmember Hasselbrink was sharing earlier, rumors spread really fast. So going forward, if there's anything that I can do, if there's anything that this council can do, if there's anything that this staff can do to earn your trust. We're not asking for it, we're asking to earn it. Never take a politician, never believe them, always clarify. Please do. We want to be as transparent as possible. We want to earn your trust. So hopefully tonight and going forward, we've earned a little bit of that. And with that, I'm done.
All right. It's on me. What I'm supposed to do?
I'd like to make a motion to delay the vote 90 days.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hibbard, seconded by Councilmember Murphy to delay the vote for 90 days. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Motion dies. And entertain another motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the RENA housing element to save what little bit of local control we have left, and then start pursuing projects as they come available to us.
To clarify that,
I'm sorry, that was way too narrative. I'm sorry, I would like to make a motion to approve the RENA allocation plan.
for staff's recommendations 1 through 7.
Yes.
And we'll have city attorney read the title aloud before we ask for a second.
Okay, before the City Council for consideration is ordinance number 2023-01 entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Alamitos, California, amending chapters 17.04, 17.08, and 17.12 of the Los Alamitos Municipal Code, as well as the Los Alamitos zoning map concerning the R3, R4, and TCMU zoning of the City of Los Alamitos. This is zoning ordinance amendment 22-03.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hasselbrink. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Aye.
Motion passes. We now move on to item 13B, ordinance 2023-02 regarding accessory dwelling units.
Okay. Go ahead and provide a brief staff report if you'll allow me. Before you, for consideration as an amendment to the city's accessory dwelling unit regulations. These are set forth in section 17.28-020 of the Los Alamitos Municipal Code. And just to give a quick identification of what we're talking about, an accessory dwelling unit is an attached or detached residential dwelling unit that provides complete independent living facilities for one or more persons and is located on a lot with a proposed or existing primary residence. An ADU includes permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation on the same parcel as a single-family dwelling or multifamily dwelling. A junior accessory dwelling unit, or JADU, is a small residential dwelling unit contained entirely within a single-family residence. A JADU may include separate sanitation facilities or may share sanitation facilities with the existing single-family residence. So, as I've mentioned, the city has had an ADU ordinance in place for quite some time. Our ordinance was last updated in 2020 to reflect changes in state law. Since that time, within the past legislative session, there were some additional changes to the state ADU law that compelled changes to our existing ordinance. So this is more or less a touch-up to what we already had in place. But the key changes that were implemented by state law within the last legislative session were changes to the height limitations for ADUs. In the past, we would generally say that an ADU is limited to 16, a detached ADU rather, is limited to a total height of 16 feet. With changes to state law, there's now been some clarifications that a detached ADU, if located in close proximity to a major transit stop or high-quality transit corridor, may be built to a feet of 18 or as high as 20 feet for that detached unit. This change is reflected in the ordinance that I've presented to you tonight, but I will tell you that in conversations with staff, there's a pretty specific definition of what a major transit stop is. I think we're losing chairs out there.
The tent
that's
flying.
what it is.
Yeah, it's the wind.
Tent.
It's the
No,
wind.
but it's a tent out there and chairs. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. So what I just wanted to say with that is that major transit stop has a very specific legal definition. And as of now, the city of Los Alamitos does not have any major transit stops as defined. Now, that definition is based on the frequency of bus routes that cross at a major intersection. And obviously, we don't have a high-quality transit corridor or rail station in the city. So although state law is allowed for these heights now, I wouldn't expect to see it anytime soon within the city. The state law also clarifies that a detached ADU that's built in connection to a multi-story multifamily dwelling may be up to 18 feet in height. That's more or less so that you could build an ADU that's sort of consistent with the height of a multi-story development. And lastly, the law clarified that an attached ADU as compared to a detached is, typical example would be someone converts a garage. That's a detached ADU that's, separate from the primary dwelling unit. An attached ADU would just be an addition that's built onto an existing residence. And the state law now clarifies that those can be as tall as 25 feet in height, or the height limitation of the zoning district within which the unit is located, and that's whichever is lower. The reason for that is they wanted to make sure that ADUs could be consistent with the heights of an existing two-story home, for example. So we've made those changes to our ordinance. Another change that is imposed is the city has traditionally been able to specify front yard setback requirements for ADUs to keep ADUs out of the front yard of a single-family property, for example. That's still the case, but now the legislature has specified that if a relaxation of our front yard setback requirements are necessary to allow for the development of an 800 square foot ADU, we have to permit that. So there's the potential now that you could have an encroachment into the front yard setback. And then lastly, this one is maybe the easiest to accept, pertains directly to JADUs, and that's is stating that a JADU may either have its own bathroom or share a bathroom with the single-family residence that it's located within. New law just specifies that if the JADU is permitted without its own bathroom, there has to be an interior entrance between the JADU and the interior residence. So it's sort of a clarification. Building staff had already required that type of thing anyway, but now we'll go ahead and expressly require it in our ordinance. So that's a summation of the changes that have been made. If you have any questions about that or ADU law in general, I'd be happy to assist.
I have a very basic question. What's the application fee for an ADU or a JADU?
Sorry, Ron. And I know the guy that knows just ran outside, so.
So, I don't know that council member off the top of my head. Tom would know that, but I couldn't answer that right now.
Looks like Chelsea's trying to go get him.
That's okay.
Multitasking. Come back, Tom. Do your real job.
But again, what I want to say is any fees in development services or any fees citywide, we cannot make a profit off of that. It's just we have to do a cost recovery. That's the maximum that we can do. And I think Chet stated earlier, we're in the process of doing a cost recovery analysis. And so we can analyze that at that time. But like I said, the exact amount, I don't know off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Any other questions for ADUs or junior ADUs with shareable bathrooms and entrances from the outside to the inside?
State mandates.
Chelsea, don't do that. I thought your hand was up.
Oh, no, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no discussion, I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'm saying this is a public hearing, if we can open for the public comment.
Would anyone like to offer comment on these ADU or junior ADU changes that have come down the pipeline? Yeah. I'm fascinated with the outdoor bathroom to the inside to share a bathroom with some folk that live in a house. Outstanding. All righty. So no comments. All right, friends. You just gonna have to lead me the rest of the way in. Just tell me what I need to say, Miss Wendy.
I believe Councilmember Hasselbrink made a motion to move staff's recommendation. We'll have City Attorney Doubt read the ordinance title aloud.
So this is ordinance 2023-02, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Alamitos, California, amending and restating section 17.28.020 of the Los Alamitos Municipal Code concerning the regulation of accessory dwelling units, zoning ordinance amendment 23-01.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hasselbrink. Can I have a second?
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We are moving on to item 14A, closed session. City Attorney, read it aloud.
Thank you very much. The City Council will now adjourn into closed session to discuss item 14A as listed on tonight's meeting agenda, significant exposure to litigation, one potential matter. As soon as I get that fifth council member to the door, we're gonna do this.
I don't know they're waiting. I don't know you're waiting.
We're
You gotta come back out here real fast.
Y'all gotta come out, because we gotta,
Right out the back.
we gotta be out here.
Stop shaking hands, you can't vote for you, get out of here.
Okay, so City Council.
Into the mic. Into the mic.
Thank you. The City Council has returned from closed session with no reportable action.